Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:16, Unwilling. Alas, such was the situation that the humans were in now. As things became more and more serious on the various battlefields, those at the Supreme Headquarters could not avoid planning for the possibility that the humans might be defeated. Thus, having the forward outpost right outside the territory gate was the best strategy. Among the dozen or so great territory battlefields, the fight between the humans and the Black Ink clan in profound Nether territory was not the most intense, but it was still fraught with tension. The 1 million-strong army's defense line had been quite long at first, but as the Black Ink clan army continued to press forward over the recent years, the front shrunk as well. Right now, the region that was under the humans' control was less than 30% of what they once had. Once the human race army retreated to a certain point, they would have no choice but to consider retreating from the territory altogether, regardless of how reluctant the humans in profound Nether territory were. It would not be easy to organize the evacuation of over 1 million soldiers. The human race had to prepare their exit strategy in advance, or else, if they showed any signs of disorder, the Black Ink clan would surely pounce and inflict massive losses. Compared to the battles between the human race and the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the Black Ink clan's invasion now had led to battle between the two sides becoming far more frequent and fierce. Fights big and small broke out at every moment, and during each clash, both sides continued to suffer casualties. At the moment, somewhere less than half a day's journey away from the humans' forward outpost, the humans and the Black Ink clan were engaged in a relentless battle around a large universe fragment. The human race had 300,000 soldiers stationed at this universe fragment, which was covered in countless arrays and artifacts to aid them against the Black Ink clan's attacks. This battle had carried on for 3 months already. Thanks to the arrays and artifacts installed on the universe fragment as well as a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, the human race had managed to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks over 100 times and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. That being said, just like the human race had reinforcements, the Black Ink clan did too, and their numbers were far greater. As of now, the Black Ink clan occupied nearly all of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds and had planted Black Ink nests in all of their conquered land. As a result, the Black Ink clan army had an endless stream of new soldiers to throw into the war. Even though many hunters moved through these great territories and destroyed numerous Black Ink nests, this barely made a dent in the number of Black Ink nests there were. No matter how many low-rank Black Ink nests they destroyed, it was no use if the humans did not destroy their source, which were the mid-rank Black Ink nests. Each time the human race destroyed one low-rank nest, the Black Ink clan would immediately regrow another, so it was merely an exercise in futility that wasted resources. For the Black Ink clan, who currently occupied basically all of the 3,000 worlds, they did not lack resources, and furthermore, they were receiving more from the Black Ink battlefield as well. The battle was particularly fierce just outside the universe fragment. Scores of human warships flew about as the light from spirit arrays and secret techniques shot out to push the Black Ink clan army back. Atop the universe fragment, an imposing middle-aged man dressed in a set of golden armor sat cross-legged as he stared out into the battlefield with a look of concern. The situation in profound Nether territory did not look good, but the human race could not afford to lose this battle in particular. If they did, then the profound Nether army would have no other place to retreat to. They would have to give up the entire profound Nether territory, and the human race would lose yet another one of their front lines against the Black Ink clan. This outcome was hard for the human race to stomach, and a defeat here would surely cause a precipitous drop in morale. However, the difference in strength between the human race and the Black Ink clan was clear, so how were they supposed to hold on to profound Nether territory? The middle-aged man had no answer. He was not an expert in military strategy. What he excelled at was charging in and wreaking havoc. Yet, the situation was deeply worrying right now. Although he wanted to join the fight, his injuries were severe enough that he needed to rest and focus on healing right now, so he had to quell his itch to fight. All of a sudden, a figure fell from the sky and landed near him. The man stumbled and coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his lips. The middle-aged man turned to look, and the newcomer grinned. Tending to your injuries, old Wei? Isn't that obvious? Why would I be sitting here if I wasn't tending to my injuries? Wei Junyang snorted to himself, but as they were old friends, there was no reason to stick to formalities. After thinking briefly, Wei Junyang said, Brother Ou Yang, just focus on healing yourself. Don't force yourself to keep up. The person flashed a stubborn smile. Don't just pay attention to my injuries. That territory lord isn't having a good time either. I was so close. I nearly bashed his head apart. Alas, what a shame. However, he did sit down cross-legged and stuffed a pill into his mouth. If Yang Kai was here, he would have recognized the person that Wei Junyang addressed as Brother Ou Yang. It was Ou Yang Lai, the one he brought back from the Black Ink battlefield a few decades ago. They were all well acquainted with each other as their paths crossed numerous times at Great Evolution Pass. The two 8th Order Masters shared a preference for charging straight towards the enemy, thus, they got along well and had been friends for many years. There were quite a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound Nether territory, as the 1 million-strong human army was made up of the remnants of the armies from over a dozen human Great Passes that fought on the Black Ink battlefield. This included Great Battle Pass and Great Evolution Pass. Wei Junyang was the army commander of the Eastern Army at Great Battle Pass. Over the past 500 or so years, the human race armies of the various Great Passes had gone through battles at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. These three major wars greatly depleted the human race's reserves. Thus, when the human race retreated to High Heaven Territory and the Star Boundary, the various Great Pass armies were disbanded and reorganized into armies named after the dozen or so Great Territory battlefields. The army here at Profound Nether Territory was the Profound Nether Army. If they failed to hold their ground in Profound Nether Territory, then the Profound Nether Army would be broken up and redistributed to the other armies. Right now, Wei Junyang and Ou Yang Lai were both commanders in the Profound Nether Army. As long as no 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master showed up, the veteran 8th Order Army commanders would remain in charge. They were not the only army commanders here though, as there were several other 8th Order Masters who held such a rank. After quietly tending to their injuries for a while, Ou Yang Lai abruptly said, "It's hard to fight against these innate territory lords. Compared to the territory lords they were used to facing on the Black Ink battlefield, these innate territory lords that came out of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction were far stronger." Back on the Black Ink battlefield, Ou Yang Lai could kill average territory lords if he pushed himself to his limits, though he would suffer serious injuries in the process. However, when facing off against innate territory lords whose powers were on par with his, even his most fervent attacks did not achieve similar results. Earlier on the battlefield, he was clashing with an innate territory lord for quite some time, but in the end, both of them were heavily injured and had to withdraw to tend to their injuries. Ou Yang Lai and Wei Junyang both ranked among the strongest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so if this was the case for them, then it was not hard to imagine the pressure the ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters faced. On the Black Ink battlefield, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were generally stronger than territory lords, but now, the positions had been flipped. That's to be expected, Wei Junyang nodded coolly. It's said that the innate territory lords are born straight from the Black Ink nests and possess a trace of Mo's source. They are born with immense strength, but have to sacrifice their future for it. Innate territory lords could not become royal lords because all their potential was exhausted from the moment they were created, but due to this, they possessed great strength from the moment they came to be and could stand toe-to-toe against the human race's most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I know that. I just don't like it. Ou Yang Lai grumbled. Humans had to work hard and spend countless years to become 8th Order Masters. Along the way, they had to brave numerous risks and perils. However, the Black Ink clan did not have the same problem. A high-rank Black Ink nest could give birth to numerous innate territory lords. All they needed was sufficient resources. Although Ou Yang Lai considered the Black Ink clan his mortal enemy, he had to admit that their method of creating new masters was an unsolvable conundrum. After a moment of silence, Ouyang asked, "What did those at the Supreme Headquarters say?" Wei Junyang sighed. "They said that if the profound Nether Army can't hold out against the enemy, we need to start making preparations to evacuate." "Retreating again?" Ouyang expression hardened as he snarled, "We've gone from the primordial heaven source grand restriction to the no-return pass, from the no-return pass to the barren territory, and then from the barren territory to here. Why are we retreating further still? Will there be any space for the human race to survive in if we keep retreating like this? What are Big Head Mi and Big Head Song doing? Aren't they supposed to be the best strategists? Can't they think of a way to ease the situation here? Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their heads off and kick them around like a ball." Wei Junyang shook his head. "It's not a failing on the army's part if we can't stand against the Black Ink clan. You know the situation that we're in right now. It's not necessarily a bad thing if the profound Nether Army evacuates. The battles in the other great territories are just as intense and worrying. If the profound Nether Army breaks up into smaller units to support the other great territories, we might be able to stabilize the situation. My guess is the Supreme Headquarters is considering giving up on profound Nether territory because the other great territories can benefit from it." Ouyang snorted. "Is that the so-called making sacrifices for the greater good? Don't listen to that nonsense. If they can give up on profound Nether territory today, they can give up on Heavenly Wolf territory tomorrow, and what about the day after tomorrow? Are they going to give up on Twin Poles territory too? Why don't we just give up on all the great territories? Everyone can just hide inside High Heaven territory and gather all of the human race's strength together. I'm sure the Black Ink clan won't be able to force their way in then." Wei Junyang eyed him and said, "You and I both know that what you just said might very well happen." Ouyang's expression twitched as he knew that it was a possibility, but still, he was unwilling. After centuries of retreating and evacuating, even their spirits had left as well. He did not want to retreat anymore. "What about our reinforcements? The profound Nether Army has 1 million people, but there are only 300,000 here. Where is the rest of the army?" Ouyang asked. Although he was one of the profound Nether Army commanders, he was a man of action and not someone who could be left in charge of strategy and logistics. When the battle started, all he cared about was fighting the enemy. He did not care about plans or the bigger picture. The way he saw it, why make complicated strategies when you can just kill off all the enemies and be done with it? Thus, Ouyang did not know much about what was happening with the overall profound Nether Army. Wei Junyang sighed once more. "Although there were 1 million of us in the profound Nether Army at the start, over the years of battle, many have died. We now have just over 700,000 left. Some of them need to stand guard at the forward outpost at the territory gate, and some need to fend off the Black Ink clan at the various bases, so we won't be getting any reinforcements." Ouyang opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, all he could do was curse at the situation. "However, I've sent a message to the Supreme Headquarters and requested that they deploy the Divine Spirits to aid us. Judging by how many days it has been, they should be arriving soon." "Divine Spirits?" Ouyang raised his brow. There were many Divine Spirits who fought alongside the human race now. Apart from the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which had stood guard at the No-Return Pass, there was also a large group of Divine Spirits who came from the Divine Spirit ancestral land. What's more, just over a decade ago, some 100 Divine Spirits suddenly appeared outside the star boundary, which gave the human race masters who were on guard there a huge fright. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55:17, What have you all been doing? These Divine Spirits were strange as they had appeared out of nowhere. They did not come from the No-Return Pass, nor the Divine Spirit ancestral land. After making contact, the Divine Spirit specifically stated that they wanted to talk to a woman named Hua Qing-sai from High Heaven Palace. High Heaven Palace dared not do anything to slight them, and Hua Qing-sai immediately came forward, finally figuring out that it was Yang Kai who convinced these divine spirits and sent them over from the grand ancient ruins boundary to aid them. The human race cheered when they heard this news. They did not have enough combat power right now, so the sudden appearance of over 100 divine spirits was undoubtedly a great boost. Everyone thought that they would be a powerful backup for the army. However, no one would have expected that upon arriving at the star boundary, these divine spirits were not interested in standing with the human race in battle. Instead, they remained inside the star boundary and threw their weight around haughtily. In the end, Fu Guang, who had been tending to his injuries, had to come out and teach them a harsh lesson before they restrained themselves. Following that, Hua Qingsai acted as a mediator and communicated with the divine spirits who came from grand ancient ruins boundary. Eventually, they were willing to help the human race, but they refused to listen to anyone's orders. If the humans needed their help, the human race had to discuss the situation with them in advance, and they reserved the right to refuse. While the process had been difficult, the 100 or so divine spirits were still a force that could not be overlooked. Now, all divine spirits had been separated into several teams, not standing guard over any one battlefield and instead being deployed by the Supreme Headquarters to any of the battlefields that needed aid. This way, the divine spirit's utility was maximized. There had been several times when the human race's defense lines in various frontline great territories had nearly been overrun when the divine spirit showed up and managed to turn the tide. Thus, one could say that the divine spirits played an essential part in moments of crises that allowed the human race to maintain their current lines. Therefore, when Ouyang Yanglai heard that Wei Junyang had already sent word to the Supreme Headquarters to ask for help from the divine spirits, he felt a lot less worried. However, he quickly started having concerns again and asked, "The divine spirits who are coming won't be the ones who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, right?" Those divine spirits were a lot less reliable than the ones from the divine spirit ancestral land and the no-return pass. Wei Junyang shook his head, "I'm not sure. There aren't many divine spirits, only 6 teams in total, and it's those at the Supreme Headquarters who have to decide which one to send to us." The two were still talking when something changed on the battlefield. Although the human race was under great pressure, they were still able to maintain a balance with the Black Ink clan. However, all of a sudden, over 10 incredibly powerful auras burst out on the battlefield. The human race army was caught off guard and multiple warships exploded one after the other. Open Heaven Realm Masters were slaughtered as well, and the Black Ink clan swarmed in from over a dozen different directions. Wei Junyang and Ouyang Yanglai, who had been tending to their injuries, immediately got to their feet with stormy expressions. "What are those people at the Supreme Headquarters doing?" Ouyang Yanglai ranted, "Why didn't we get any news that over a dozen territory lords were coming over?" Although there was a disparity in numbers between the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the territory lords on the profound Nether Territory battlefield, it was only a slight difference and both parties were fully aware of each other's strength. However, the dozen-plus auras that suddenly appeared were all unfamiliar, which meant that they were new and had not been seen on this battlefield before. While over a dozen territory lords was not necessarily a high number, they were all innate territory lords, and with the element of surprise on their side, it was quite possible for them to break through the defense lines. Wei Junyang's expression was also dark as he quickly said, "Perhaps they did not come from other territories." Every now and then, some territory lords disappear after suffering heavy injuries. Those at the Supreme Headquarters have guessed that they might have gone back to the no-return pass to heal, as they have many high-rank Black Ink nests there, which makes it easier for them to rapidly recover. There's a high chance that these territory lords came from the no-return pass. Both parties were stuck in a deadlock across all the various battlefields, so if over a dozen innate territory lords left any one of the front lines, there was no way that the Supreme Headquarters would not have noticed. Since the Supreme Headquarters did not send out any warnings, it meant that they did not know about the presence of these territory lords either. It was quite likely that these dozen or so territory lords came from the no-return pass. It was clear that they swarmed here because they wanted to break the profound Nether Territory's defense perimeter and claim the whole Great Territory for themselves. The two Eighth Order Army commanders could not spare any more time to tend to their injuries and immediately shot off into the sky, each of them heading for one of the newly appeared territory lords. At the same time, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from all directions shot out as well. Both Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai knew full well that this might very well be the end of the battle here in profound Nether territory. The support of over a dozen innate territory lords was enough for the Black Ink clan to overrun the profound Nether army's defense lines. Under these circumstances, the profound Nether army could not even retreat, for if they did, the newly reinforced enemy would surely hit them from behind and inflict heavy casualties. Their only option now was to push back the Black Ink clan at risk of their lives, trying to open up a window to evacuate. This time, it had to be a fight to the death. The human race had encountered this situation far too many times though, thus, even though the crisis had been sudden, the human army did not panic or back down. In the next instant, masters from both sides began clashing. With the support of a dozen more territory lords, the Black Ink clan army instantly gained the advantage and began pushing into the human lines. Countless flashes of light sparked across the void in bursts of varied colors. In less than half a day, 30% of the 300,000-strong human race army had died, and two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died as well. Although the two Eighth Order Masters had given it their all before their death, they only managed to severely wound their opponents. None of the innate territory lords had died. The loss of the two Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sent the human race army into a frenzy. Somewhere on the battlefield, Ouyang Lai spat out mouthfuls of blood, but he showed no signs of retreating. He kept attacking again and again, however, he was already injured and could not exert his full strength, so how could he best an innate territory lord? Fortunately, Ouyang Lai's ferocity managed to make the innate territory lord he was facing somewhat hesitant. If that had not been the case, the latter would have killed Ouyang Lai by now. That being said, the territory lord was in no rush. The humans were on the verge of collapse and the Black Ink clan was sure to come out victorious, so the territory lord had no reason to risk his neck in this fight against Ouyang Lai. Even if he just dragged the fight out, his side would still win. Not to mention the fact that there were more territory lords than there were Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Black Ink clan had the absolute advantage here. After more fierce battling, the territory lord abruptly shot a menacing smirk at Ouyang Lai, whose heart jolted at the sight as he had a foreboding feeling. Just then, a piercing murderous intent came at him from the side, and the territory lord in front of him charged towards him as well. At this life-or-death moment, Ouyang Lai did not choose to back away. He charged forward and spat a mouthful of blood essence on his weapon, which instantly glowed brightly. As the two passed each other, blood spewed out of Ouyang Lai's chest, and at the same time, a deep gash appeared on the territory lord's neck. It was so deep that bone was visible, and Ouyang Lai's sword intent lingered around the wound. The territory lord's expression darkened. Earlier, he had nearly died to his opponent's blade. It was true that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could not be underestimated. Ouyang Lai slowly turned around and looked at his opponent, who had another innate territory lord beside him now. It was the one who had snuck up on him just now. As it was, Ouyang Lai could barely hold his own in a one-on-one fight, let alone if he had to fight two of them. What a pity! Ouyang Lai sighed lamentably to himself. If he had managed to kill his first opponent just now, his death would not have been in vain, but now, it was unlikely that he would have the chance to do so. He looked around and saw Wei Junyang fending off two enemies despite his injuries. He was at a great disadvantage, and many of the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were in similarly hopeless situations. How many of the profound Nether army could survive this battle today? Ouyang Lai's vision was blurred by the blood dripping down his face, but he could still see that the two territory lords did not want to waste any more time and were charging at him together. Want to kill me, who? One of you is coming down with me. Ouyang Lai laughed maniacally as the blade in his hand shattered into a burst of light that exploded across the void. This was an artifact that he had cultivated for many years, and now that it was shattering on purpose, the sudden surge of power it released was quite terrifying. The two territory lords who were charging at Ouyang Yanglai sensed danger and immediately moved backwards while he seized this chance to go forward. He had his eye on his first opponent and launched a flurry of attacks that left his opponent in tatters. Alas, that was all he could do. After his attack, Ouyang Yanglai's strength swiftly diminished, and the very next moment, he was a shadow of his previous imposing self. The two territory lords noticed this and knew that their opportunity had come. Both began unleashing their secret techniques, and a series of terrifying divine abilities came straight at him. Ouyang Yanglai's body moved slightly as he wanted to avoid the attacks, but did not have the strength to do so. He could only sigh and resign himself to this. In a way, this was preferable for him. Over the last few centuries, the human race was forced to retreat again and again, driving him to the limit of his tolerance. Perhaps dying in battle was a better option than slinking away in defeat. The constant overexertion had left Ouyang Yanglai in a bit of a daze, so when a voice called out from nearby, he wasn't sure if he was hearing things or not. Exile! A deep voice rang out, and Ouyang Yanglai's figure became hazy as if he no longer existed. The two innate territory lords' attacks flew straight through Ouyang Yanglai's body, and the enormous strength shook the void, causing Ouyang Yanglai to cough up a mouthful of blood, but he was not dead. As the territory lords reacted in shock, a dense murderous intent fell over them. A great distance away, a golden light broke through the void like a shooting star, weaving through the battlefield from the rear of the Black Ink Clan army, and wherever it passed, the Black Ink Clan lines collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was right in front of them. Profound and mysterious strength swirled as the glow of a spear swiftly enlarged within the vision of one of the territory lords. The territory lord was terrified by the murderous intent that enveloped him. He wanted to fight back, but all of a sudden he felt a piercing pain in his head. Pain racked his entire body as his black ink strength no longer circulated properly. In the next instant, the spear covered in multicolored light pierced through the head of the powerful innate territory lord, causing his life aura to immediately swell up before bursting apart and dissipating. All of this only took a single breath, causing the other territory lord's expression to stiffen. He looked over and finally saw a young man with a cold look in his eyes withdrawing his spear. At the same time, the air seemed to quiver, and the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had been on the verge of death immediately disappeared, seemingly sent off somewhere. The territory lord locked eyes with the young man who snapped icily, "What have you all been doing while I was gone?" While he spoke, space seemed to freeze, and the innate territory lord felt as if he was about to meet his doom. A Ninth Order human master! Wasn't it said that the only two left were held up somewhere else? Where did this Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master come from? However, upon closer inspection, the territory lord noticed that his opponent only had the aura of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which only confused him further. After all, how could a mere Eighth Order human kill an innate territory lord in one blow? Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-18, How Useless! Ouyang Yanglai suddenly appeared on top of the universe fragment at the front lines of profound nether territory, covered in blood and in complete disarray. Even his aura was in total disorder. The intense battles against the innate territory lord seemed to have exhausted all of his energy. His mind was dazed and his head felt heavy. He was on the verge of losing consciousness at any moment, and he figured it would take over a year for him to recover from his ghastly injuries. He should be celebrating his escape from the clutches of death, but he had no clue how he managed to survive and why he ended up here. However, a theory soon formed in his mind when he recalled the familiar voice he heard earlier. Thus, he gathered all the strength he could muster and looked out into the void. Immediately, he saw a familiar figure who was battling the innate territory lord who had snuck up on him earlier. It really is that brat. Ouyang Yanglai was thunderstruck. Moments ago, he had already come to terms with his impending death, yet in that life and death moment, space around him warped. He sensed that he had somehow merged with the void at that instant, allowing him to survive the attacks from 2 territory lords. Space secret technique. He knew that young Kai was the only one who could do this. Young Kai also had to be the reason why he suddenly appeared on this universe fragment. That brat must have used his space secret technique to move me here. It's good that he came. Young Lai exhaled slowly before collapsing to the ground, no longer able to hold himself up anymore. All his strength seemed to evaporate at that moment. As he watched the innate territory lord scrambling around the battlefield to dodge young Kai's fierce attacks, a strange feeling formed in his heart. When did I start feeling a sense of relief whenever this brat shows up? It felt as if the humans would surely emerge victorious if young Kai was here. Young Lai chuckled at the thought of how old men like him seemed so useless. Despite their millennia of cultivation, in the end, they had to rely on a younger generation when it came down to it. Yang Kai had saved him twice now if he included what happened back at the no-return pass. Honored Master, take this pill. All of a sudden, a voice called out behind Young Lai. Young Lai turned around and saw his treasured disciple limping over to him with a bottle raised, one that contained valuable spirit pills. Gong Lian was severely injured as well. There was a large gash across his abdomen that had nearly cut him in half. He would not have retreated from the fight if it had not been for such grave injuries. Young Lai glanced at his disciple's sorry state before glancing at young Kai's magnificence on the battlefield and could not help but exclaim with a sigh, how useless. This disciple of his was someone whose talent surpassed many others. He would not have taken Gong Lian in if that had not been the case. Gong Lian was now a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after Young Lai took him under his wing and put a lot of thought and effort into training him. While Gong Lian was indeed a remarkable talent, that was still nothing in comparison to young Kai's achievements. Why did I not consider taking young Kai as my disciple? Gong Lian had purposely come over to give his honored master some medicine. He thought that this would lead to a touching moment between the master and disciple, so he did not expect to be criticized in such a manner instead and felt rather aggrieved. Honored master, the speed of this disciple's cultivation is already fast enough. It took him 200 years to become an emperor, another 100 years to condense his Tao seal, and yet another 100 years to break through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then, in less than 1,000 years, he became a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. All in all, he had only been cultivating for about 1,500 years. Few people in all the 3,000 worlds became 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at such a young age. However, Gong Lian's honored master just called him useless. The comment made him feel as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Never mind. Not everyone is a freak like that brat. I can't demand it of you. Young Lai sighed once more before taking the spirit pill from Gong Lian and consuming it. If his disciple was considered a genius, then young Kai was the most extraordinary genius among all geniuses. Gong Lian eked out a faint smile, but he felt even more crushed on the inside. Just then, they sensed the death of yet another innate territory lord. Young Lai turned to look before loudly exclaiming, astonishing. As expected, young Kai had killed the innate territory lord who snuck up on Young Lai earlier. It had not even been 30 breaths of time since young Kai's appearance, but in that short span, he had killed 2 powerful innate territory lords. Young Lai had a feeling that young Kai was even stronger now than he was back when they met at the no-return pass. Look over there, honored master. Gong Lian noticed something unusual and pointed it out. Young Lai followed Gong Lian's gaze and noticed that the rear of the Black Ink clan army was in chaos. A series of great suns and great moons illuminated the darkness. Under the glare of these lights, countless strange creatures were attacking the Black Ink clan army from the back, which caused their formation to crumble. Small stone race. Young Lai's eyes brightened as he quickly figured out that young Kai must have brought these creatures here. In general, the human race masters did know that young Kai had many small stone race soldiers with him. After all, the small stone race found in all the various battlefields were handed out by Yangkai previously. There were even some small stone race soldiers here in profound nether territory, though their numbers were fairly small. After so many years of fighting, a significant number of the small stone race that Yangkai had given away back then had died. The small stone race was useful when it came to dealing with the Black Ink clan, but they had their weaknesses too. They were hard to control and varied greatly in strength. Based on the fighting prowess of each of the race's armies, when the numbers were equal, the humans were stronger than the Black Ink clan, but the Black Ink clan was a lot stronger than the small stone race. Therefore, although the number of small stone race was tremendous, many were sacrificed in each battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters ran the numbers half a year ago. In total, Yangkai had given away approximately 40 million small stone race soldiers, however, only about 17 million of them were still alive right now. The remaining 23 million had been slaughtered by the Black Ink clan. The loss of 23 million in just a few decades of fighting was deeply alarming. The human race would have long been driven to extinction if they suffered such casualties. There were just over 1 million small stone race soldiers in profound nether territory. Thus, including the 1 million-strong human army, there were about 2 million soldiers. That being said, only 400,000 of the small stone race were deployed to the front lines of the battlefield, while the rest were spread out across the various auxiliary fronts, including the forward outpost. If that had not been the case, just the 300,000 humans here might not have been enough to hold the front lines of the battlefield. After the fierce battle, it was quite likely that most of the 400,000 small stone race would be sacrificed. Nevertheless, right now, countless great suns and great moons were streaking across the sky behind the Black Ink clan army, their blinding light illuminating nearly half of profound nether territory. How many small stone race soldiers did it take for such a display? Millions? Tens of millions. Ouyang Yanglai and his disciple did not know for sure, but they were certain about one thing. The Black Ink clan in profound nether territory was in serious trouble. Come with me. Let's charge out at our enemies once more. Ouyang Yanglai's fervor for battle bubbled up once more, but as he stood up, blood gushed out of his wounds. Gong Lian jumped in fright. Don't do anything reckless, honored master. You're severely injured right now and can barely exert a tenth of your strength. How can you possibly join the fight? You should be focusing on tending to your injuries right now. Ouyang Yanglai smacked Gong Lian across the head. Enough of your nonsense. I know very well what my condition is like right now. I can't kill any territory lords, but I can still kill a few feudal lords. Hurry up. Saying so, he rushed off without a moment's hesitation. Gong Lian was speechless, but since his honored master had rejoined the battle, he could only follow along behind him. The changes on the battlefield, which included the sudden emergence of a massive small stone race army behind the Black Ink clan, caused the entire flow of the battle to change. What's more, the death of 2 innate territory lords in a burst of golden light had caught everyone's attention. With this sudden change of fortunes, the Black Ink clan was fully aware that a powerful master had come to aid the humans, a master who could kill territory lords as if they were random chickens or dogs. The other territory lords were both shocked and furious. The Black Ink clan had been planning this operation in profound nether territory for some time now and had even secretly sent out the over a dozen territory lords for this purpose. They were right on the cusp of success, but none of them expected a sudden twist at the critical moment. None of the territory lords could accept this outcome. As the streaks of powerful divine sense weaved through the void, the territory lords could not decide whether to retreat or to continue the attack. Before they could discuss what to do though, the aura of yet another territory lord swelled up before vanishing. When they looked at where the aura had vanished, they saw the same 8th Order Master standing tall with his eyes sweeping across the battlefield condescendingly. A 3rd territory lord had been killed. All 3 territory lords had been killed in less than a half cup of tea's time. The territory lords could not hesitate any longer. They were deathly afraid that they would be the next to fall, so they immediately shouted for their forces to retreat. After receiving the order from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan army started withdrawing. Naturally, the experienced human race army could tell what was happening, so even without an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's command, the soldiers began chasing down the retreating enemy. All at once, the Black Ink clan army was in the unfortunate predicament of being sandwiched between the human and small stone race armies. Yang Kai's figure continued flickering across the battlefield as well. Wherever his spear passed, Black Ink clan soldiers met their demise. He no longer targeted the territory lords, not because he did not want to, but because he could not. Yang Kai had already reached his limit after using soul-rending thorns thrice in a short span of time. Right now, his soul was cracked and in great agony. If he tried to use another soul-rending thorn, he could very well lose consciousness, just like he had back at the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. If he did not use a soul-rending thorn, then with his current strength, it would be hard for him to kill an innate territory lord who was determined to escape. Since that was the case, he started slaughtering the other Black Ink clan soldiers instead. Attacked from two sides, the Black Ink clan army suffered calamitous casualties, but since the small stone race only acted according to their instincts, while they were courageous on the battlefield, they employed no form of strategy. It was fairly easy for the Black Ink clan army to break through the small stone race's siege with just a few sacrifices. The tides had changed in a flash for the human race who were on the brink of doom just moments ago. The void was thick with world force as the light from all sorts of divine abilities and secret techniques blazed across the battlefield. The human race were victorious in this battle. Now, it was only a matter of how many of their enemies they could destroy today. The Eighth Order Masters were truly glad and relieved that victory was theirs. Just an hour ago, it seemed certain that the human race would lose. They were already considering sacrificing all the remaining small stone race soldiers to buy time for the human race's evacuation, but everything changed with the arrival of one person. In a flash, the human race army and the small stone race grouped together as they pursued the Black Ink clan for several million kilometers, slaughtering them as they went. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart jolted and he turned his head as he sensed a familiar aura coming from a certain direction. He swiftly leapt across the void, and in the next instant, he appeared before a certain warship. As he looked up, he was greeted by several familiar faces, including some that looked coquettish, some glamorous, and some dignified. Those on the warship had been alarmed by the sudden appearance of this figure, but once they took a good look at him, their hearts settled back into place. A gentle expression settled on Yang Kai's face as he smiled at these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-19, I'm back. The cultivators on board this warship were all women with not a single man in sight. They were a true female army, and most of them had intimate relationships with Yang Kai. Earlier on, he rushed over because he sensed their auras. All at once, Yang Kai's heart was flooded with yearning. His mind raced with all that he longed to say to them, but in the end, all he said was a simple greeting, I'm back. Yes, he was back. It had been around 1,000 years since he left Black Territory, and now, he was finally back. It was nearly 5,000 years since then if he included the time he spent in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon. While it was a pity that he did not return triumphant, at least he was back. Yang Kai dreamt of this moment countless times during the crusade against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, and at last, his dream had come true. Yu Meng immediately rushed forward in agitation and Yang Kai opened his arms as he waited for her to fly into his embrace. However, the charm demon simply brushed past Yang Kai and sent forth a divine ability that battered the fleeing Black Ink clan soldiers in the distance. Yu Meng's cultivation had reached the 7th Order Open Heaven realm now. Enough of that nonsense. Our priority now is to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wore the most awkward expression possible as he stood frozen on the spot with his hands outstretched. This was not what he had been expecting. It has been 1,000 years since your husband left. Now that he's back, shouldn't you all be crying tears of joy and throwing yourselves at me? Shouldn't we be enjoying the sorely missed warmth and loving embrace? What's going on? Why are you ignoring my presence instead? Meanwhile, Su Yang and Ji Yao, who were in front of him, were frozen as well. Their eyes reddened, but before they could say anything, Yu Meng called out firmly, Su Yang, Yao, Luo, come with me. Yua, Hua Shong, Wana, Chinga, you all will form a team as well. Proceed with caution. The women's expressions became solemn when they heard this, and the others swiftly rushed forward as the 8 women formed 2 groups before charging out of the warship. They formed 2 for symbols formations, which was the simplest battle formation that was commonly used on the black ink battlefield, as all it required was sufficient numbers in the same order. Yang Kai had also used this battle formation with other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Dawn on occasion. While it was a simple battle formation, it allowed the cultivators to cover each other's backs and combine their strengths. Thus, it was incredibly useful in the chaos of the battlefield. There were only 10 people on board the warship, so now that 8 of them left, only 2 remained. Greetings, Sect Master. Luan Bai Feng, one of the last 2, bowed elegantly. Yang Kai nodded with the sternness that befitted his position as the sect master and waved his hand, at ease. Alas, it seemed his subordinates were more reliable. As for the madams, they seemed to be showing signs of rebellion. However, Yang Kai could understand their reactions. After all, he did basically abandon them for 1,000 years. It was not surprising that they were upset about it. These women had every reason to react the way they did. Young Master, he called out with a choked voice. Yang Kai walked over and stroked her head with a smile. Good. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. I see that you didn't neglect your cultivation. He was not the only one who was now in the 7th Order. In fact, all 10 women aboard this warship were in the 7th Order. It was not unexpected in the case of Yu He and Luan Bai Feng. They were already in the 6th Order when Yang Kai left, and during this time, neither Voidland nor High Heaven Palace lacked the resources for cultivation. There was also a World Tree clone in the Star Boundary as well. For those in the Open Heaven realm like Yu He and Luan Bai Feng, the clone's feedback effects did not give them any boost to their innate talent, but the environment still boosted their cultivation speed. Yu Meng and Yang Kai's other wives had directly become 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and a number had even become disciples of ancestors from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, their cultivation would rapidly increase since they did not lack the resources or guidance they needed. This team of 10 consisted entirely of people Yang Kai trusted implicitly, so it was clear that someone had arranged this on purpose. No other squad could possess such a luxurious lineup. If 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters joined forces, they were even able to face off against a territory lord for some time. This was probably the reason why none of these women showed any signs of serious injury. Of course, there was another reason for this as well. Their warship was a little unique, and Yang Kai sensed it as soon as he came over. Based on age alone, He was much older than Yang Kai. After all, she had already been a veteran 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when she first met him. However, the moment Yang Kai stroked her head, she could not stop her tears from flowing as she stared at him with a teary-eyed smile. Kill! Yu Meng shouted fiercely from in front of the warship. She did not hold back at all as she mercilessly slaughtered the Black Ink clan. Smelly man! How can he still be getting all sentimental at a time like this? Does he not know the meaning of the word death? Yang Kai bowed. Senior, you must have had a hard time all these years. Many thanks for your care. The warship trembled slightly as an old voice rang out with a slightly teasing tone. This old master didn't have to do much. You're the one who must work hard from now on. This was not a true warship, but rather one of Bai Shi's soul clones. Naturally, this clone did not possess the full strength of Bai Shi's true body, but it was similar in strength to a veteran 7th Order Master, so it was not weak by any means. Furthermore, Bai Shi was most proficient in defense. It would not be easy for Yu Meng and the rest to encounter any form of trouble as they had the protection of such a warship. These 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were paired with one of Baishi's soul clones, and this combination was enough for them to fear nothing on the battlefield if they did not target the innate territory lords. Yang Kai did not know who the commanders were for the army here, but it had to be people who were well acquainted with him and knew about his importance. That was why they made these special arrangements for his family. Thus, Yang Kai made a note of the favor they had done for him. Yang Kai then turned around and said, "We'll catch up later. Please take over, Senior." That was all Yang Kai said before he rushed out in a flash. He did not focus on helping Yu Meng and the others and instead charged forward with his spear in hand. Under the looming shadow of this spear, the Black Ink clan who were trying to flee were shredded like paper. Occasionally, some would survive the onslaught from Yang Kai, but Yu Meng and the others who were following behind would easily deal with them. The human race army and the small stone race both chased down the retreating Black Ink clan, turning the once contested battlefield into a meat grinder filled with mournful screams and furious roars. "Withdraw!" All of a sudden, a piercing call echoed across the battlefield. The humans, who had been fervently hunting down their enemies, finally stopped. They could not continue chasing down the Black Ink clan anymore, lest they stretch themselves too thin and suffer serious losses from a sudden counterattack. Still, they had already dealt a crushing blow to the Black Ink clan army in profound nether territory, making this a triumphant victory. They could not destroy the Black Ink clan in one blow, and if they forced the Black Ink clan into fighting back out of desperation, the humans would also suffer greatly. Thus, withdrawing after gaining some benefits was the optimal strategy. Yu Meng and the others swiftly returned to the warship, all of them breathing heavily and covered in sweat with visible streaks of blood on their clothes. It was evident that they had suffered some injuries in this battle. No one could guarantee that they would remain unscathed in the chaos of the battlefield, as accidents would always happen. Yang Kai did not return to the warship right away and instead used his Great Sun and Great Moon marks to gather the surviving small stone race army first before rejoining the others. However, no one paid any attention to him. Yuhi wanted to talk to him, but a glare from Yu Meng forced her to remain still. "Ha! All is not well within the family." Yang Kai lamented to himself as he watched these women sitting down cross-legged, none of them showing any signs of wanting to talk to him. He could not help but miss his gentlest little senior sister. If little senior sister was here, she wouldn't ignore me like this. Although he did not see Xia Ning Chang, he knew that she would not be here on the battlefield as her specialty was not fighting. Alchemy was her strong suit. The human race army's need for all kinds of spirit pills was enormous, so alchemists like little senior sister had to remain behind in safety to refine spirit pills for those on the front lines. The human race could not afford to lose such talents, so the higher-ups would never allow them to join the battlefield unless there was no other choice. As the army retreated, numerous 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters passed by, but they merely nodded to Yang Kai in greeting and showed no intention of coming over. It was clear that they knew what Yang Kai's relationship with the women on this warship was. Since it was his first time reuniting with them, he would have a lot to talk about with his madams. They were not obtuse enough to disturb him now. However, they were also puzzled by what they saw. Something was amiss about the atmosphere on the warship. While there was no fighting, it felt as if the warship was a frigid purgatory, causing many of them to shudder lightly. They were also secretly exclaiming over the luck Yang Kai had with love, for he had so many wives who were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were truly envious of him. Baishi's quiet chuckle sounded, as if he was enjoying the show. Luan Baifeng was also glancing around at the others as she stood by the side. She was the only outsider among this group, but she did not treat herself as one. Instead, she was taking in the strange atmosphere in amusement. Everyone else was tending to their injuries, thus, Yang Kai joined them awkwardly by sitting down cross-legged and stuffing a fistful of spirit pills into his mouth. He looked like an injured animal who was quietly licking his wounds, making for a pitiful sight. Yuhi felt a pang in her heart, but before she could do anything, Yu Meng's eyes flashed open and shot her a glare. He sighed. Although her heart ached for her young master, Madame Yu Meng seemed to want to teach him a lesson, and it was best for her to stay out of these family issues. She knew that all the other madams followed Yu Meng's leadership and would go along with what she decided. After thinking about it, He figured that it was probably a good thing to teach her young master a lesson so that he would not keep running around all the time. Previously, it was a little better as he only left for a few decades at most, which could not be considered long for cultivators of their realm. Plus, regardless of where he was still within the 3,000 worlds back then. However, this time, he left for around 1,000 years and had gone to an extremely dangerous place, constantly putting his life at risk. Amid the void, people were cleaning up the battlefield and retrieving the bodies of the fallen soldiers. This was done in silence as sorrow and grief spread through the area. While Yang Kai tended to his injuries, he checked with Bai Shi about the humans' current situation. After the battle at the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, Yang Kai spent several centuries running around without even stopping for a moment. He did not partake in the battles at the No-Return Pass and the Barren Territory either, therefore, he knew nothing about the human race's present state. Now that he was back, the first thing he wanted to do was get some information. Bai Shi kept nothing from him. A long conversation later, Yang Kai had the gist of what happened with the human race in recent years. Back when the Black Ink clan broke through the passage between the Barren Territory and Wind Mist Territory, the human race began withdrawing and evacuating, with their end destination being High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was located. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5520, just some minor injuries. Yang Kai knew about this in a general sense. He had helped the cultivators besieged in Swallowing Sea's territory and several other great territories over the years. Many would not have been able to deal with the Black Ink clan if it had not been for his assistance and the small stone race soldiers he gave them to aid in their evacuation. This was something Yang Kai often did as he went around refining over 2,000 universe worlds in several hundred great territories. One could tell just how many evacuating great forces he must have run into solely based on the fact that he had given away some 40 million of the small stone race. Most of the cultivators in the great territories had already evacuated, saving those forces in their entirety. However, many had also been set upon by the Black Ink clan army on the way, wiping them out as a result. There was nothing that could be done about this. The Black Ink clan had invaded the entire 3,000 worlds, and few great territories could defend themselves from such an attack. The weaker cultivators from the scattered second-class great forces could not put up a fight against a massive and organized Black Ink clan army. All hope for the human race's future depended on the star boundary, as it was a true open heaven realm cradle. This was the reasoning behind the evacuation plan set by the human race's leaders. Otherwise, there was no reason why out of all the great territories in the 3,000 worlds, the human race had to head for High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was. However, not all of the great forces could be housed within High Heaven Territory. Firstly, High Heaven Territory did not have a great number of universe worlds that could sustain life. That being said, the new great territory could ease some of this burden as it neighbored High Heaven Territory, and the conditions there were much better, including the cultivation environment. It also had a lot more habitable universe worlds than High Heaven Territory did. The new Great Territory could only be accessed from High Heaven Territory, so Yang Kai had set up a restriction back then to only allow those from Voidland and High Heaven Palace inside. Of course, this restriction was taken down now given the current circumstances. As long as the human race did not lose its hold on High Heaven Territory, the Black Ink clan couldn't invade the new Great Territory. Secondly, the humans could not resign themselves to surrendering without a fight. If they did stop trying to fight back, then all the Black Ink clan had to do was target High Heaven Territory. This would put the human race in a far too vulnerable position. Thus, the many leaders of the human race came to a decision. They gathered as many open heaven realm masters as they could and formed over a dozen armies based on the framework of the remnants of the armies from the Black Ink battlefield. These armies were then posted to defend the surrounding great territories with high heaven territory at the center. Profound nether territory was one of these battlefields, along with heavenly wolf territory, twin poles territory, and several others. Profound nether territory was said to have an army of 1 million soldiers, but after many years of fighting, that was no longer the case, unless the surviving small stone race were counted as well. Throughout the past few decades, profound nether territory and the other frontline great territories were in a constant state of battle. While the humans did pay a heavy price in the process, they managed to gather most, if not all of their strength in these dozen or so great territories and just barely managed to maintain their current perimeter. However, from the way things were progressing, the situation was gradually deteriorating. Over a dozen territory lords had appeared out of the blue and joined the main battle in profound nether territory. The human race army had been caught off guard and suffered significant casualties as a result. Chances were they would have failed to hold on to profound nether territory if the tides had not turned following Yankai's arrival. If the humans lost profound nether territory, it would be a crushing blow not only to their army, but to their morale as well. The human race army in profound nether territory was formed from over a dozen remnants of previous armies, including the Great Evolution Army, Great Battle Army, 9 Stars Army, and Purple Jade Army. These armies had previously gone through the 3 major wars at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the No Return Pass, and the Barren Territory. Thus, they were truly veterans with a wealth of experience. They formed the core of the profound nether army with cultivators from other various great forces making up the rest of the numbers. This was the reason why Yankai ran into Meng and the others here. Back then, the cultivators from Voidland and High Heaven Palace had joined the fight in the Barren Territory, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao personally recruited them into the Great Evolution Army. Thus, they could be considered soldiers who belonged to the Great Evolution Army. After hearing everything, Yankai was secretly relieved. He could have chosen any of the numerous routes that would have taken him back to the star boundary, but as he wanted to get there as quickly as possible, he chose the shortest one, which meant that he had to pass through profound nether territory. He was filled with lingering dread at the thought of how terrible things would have been in profound nether territory if he had not made it here in time. Thanks to your preempting back then, those from Void territory were able to prepare in advance. Therefore, when the order to evacuate was given, all of the great forces of Void territory were able to leave safely. But it's a shame, when we think about the other living beings in those universe worlds. She sighed mournfully. The human race could not bring all the living beings in those universe worlds along with them when the Black Ink clan invaded, so they must have been turned into Black Ink disciples by now. I've already refined those universe worlds, Senior. You don't need to feel bad about them, Yankai said. Void territory was considered Yankai's territory, so he would not stand by and do nothing when it faced this existential crisis. When Yankai went to Void territory back then, he purposely checked on Void land. When he realized that Void land had completely disappeared, he figured that she must have evacuated everyone. At the time, the Black Ink clan had not invaded Void territory yet, so Yankai refined all the universe worlds and took them with him. She froze for a moment, not quite understanding what Yankai meant when he said he refined the universe worlds, but just as he was about to ask, he saw Yankai turning ashen-faced before coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. His aura swiftly deflated as he slumped backwards. She was alarmed while cries rang out from all directions. However, Yankai did not end up falling to the ground as a soft and nimble figure caught him. Yankai's eyelids parted slightly and he saw Meng's anxious expression. The others swiftly gathered around him with similarly concerned looks in their eyes. "Husband, what happened?" Meng asked with a trembling voice. The demon saint's previous coldness was now replaced with great fear and worry. Yankai opened his mouth to respond, but before he could say anything, he spat out another mouthful of blood that dyed Meng's clothes gold. Then, he rasped, "I am fine. It's just some minor injuries." He tapped his finger ever so gently against the deck of the warship. She was startled for a moment before he quickly exclaimed, How can you call that a minor injury? Your aura's unstable and your world force circulation is a mess right now. Did you get hit by one of those territory lords' final counterattacks? It's all right, it's nothing serious, Yang Kai insisted weakly. The more he insisted, though, the more fraught the women around him became. Earlier on, they witnessed from afar the way Yang Kai had slaughtered 3 territory lords in quick succession. It went without saying that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Yang Kai would have had to pay a heavy price in order to kill 3 territory lords like this. It was just that he had been hiding his injuries and putting up a strong front earlier. Healing pills! Yu Meng cried out, and Su Yang quickly stuffed a few high-quality spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth. Shan Qing Luo quickly kneeled beside Yang Kai and grabbed his hand to check on his injuries, but a moment later, Luo frowned. She did not detect any trace of physical wounds, so she stared at Yang Kai in puzzlement and began to ask, "Husband, your injuries?" Yang Kai forced out a weak smile. "My body's fine. It's my soul that's injured." "Soul-rending thorns?" Zhu Qing asked grimly. Yang Kai was taken aback as he asked, "How did you know?" "Senior Ou Yang told us about them." "He told us a lot about you actually," Shui Yu explained softly. "Senior Ou Yang? Ou Yang lie?" Shui Yu nodded. Yang Kai came to a sudden realization. Since there were remnants of the Great Evolution Army here in the Profound Nether Army, it was not unusual that Ou Yang Lai was here as well. Ou Yang Lai did know about the soul-rending thorns as back then, outside Great Evolution Pass all those years ago, Ou Yang Lai was the one watching over Yang Kai. With just his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, Yang Kai managed to kill and critically wound numerous territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples inside the Black Ink nest space with the help of the soul-rending thorns. From the looks of it, it had most likely been Ou Yang Lai's doing that led to Yu Meng and the rest forming this special squad. Yu Meng noticed that Yang Kai wanted to ask more questions, so she quickly blocked his mouth with her hand. "Stop talking. You should be focusing on tending to your injuries now." Yang Kai paused before nodding lightly and settled into a more comfortable position in Yu Meng's arms before closing his eyes. The women around him were all beside themselves with worry. Meanwhile, on the universe fragment at the front lines, the human army returned in victory and settled down to rest as well. However, the news that Yang Kai was seriously injured spread in next to no time. Therefore, quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wanted to visit him, with Ou Yang Lai and Wei Junyang at the helm. However, Yu Meng and the others stopped them by saying that their husband was too injured and could not see anyone as he had to focus on his recovery first. Naturally, Ou Yang Lai and the others were understanding enough. They asked about the cause of Yang Kai's injuries, and when they found out it was the price he had to pay to be able to slaughter 3 territory lords, they were deeply troubled. One of the 8th Order Masters brought out some special spirit pills he had been safekeeping and passed them to Yu Meng before assuring her that she could focus on tending to Yang Kai. Yu Meng accepted the pills and thanked him. That boy killed 3 innate territory lords in less than an incense stick of time. He has grown too quickly. Wei Junyang turned back to glance at the warship that was formed out of Bai Shi's soul clone with an indiscernible expression. When Wei Junyang first heard about Yang Kai back then on the Black Ink battlefield, the latter had only been a 6th Order junior, yet Yang Kai had the same cultivation as him now. However, Yang Kai was even stronger and more formidable in battle as he could slaughter innate territory lords who were a lot stronger than ordinary territory lords. In a one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee that even peak 8th Order masters like Wei Junyang and Ou Yang Lai could kill an innate territory lord. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did just that, though it seemed that he had paid heavily in the process. "Have we grown too old?" Kong Chengda chuckled. He was originally the army commander of the 9 Stars Army's Southern Army. He and the other 8th Order masters were some of the finest talents back in their day. They had cultivated for many years to achieve the strength they had now, but when they compared themselves to Yang Kai, who was generations younger than them, they could not help but feel somewhat ashamed of themselves. During the last battle in the barren territory, this old master didn't agree with the old ancestor's decision. One of the old men spoke up abruptly. It was Fei Yongzi, who was originally the army commander of the Purple Jade Western Army. The Ninth Order old ancestors are the backbone of our human race, our strongest and most experienced fighters. It's incredibly difficult for someone to become a Ninth Order master. Even after all these years, only a handful of Ninth Order masters existed. As long as we humans still had them, we would still have hope. And yet, during that fateful battle, the old ancestors boldly and without hesitation chose to sacrifice themselves in a battle to the death. This old master believed that the old ancestors made the wrong decision back then. They had been too reckless in entrusting the future of the human race to the hands of the younger generation. How about now? Kong Chengda turned to look at him. Fei Yongzi remained silent for a moment before saying, perhaps this old master was too conservative and narrow-minded. Let's see how things go in the future. His opinion had been shaken by the way Yang Kai slaughtered 3 innate territory lords in one go, but only time could tell whether the old ancestors had made the right decision back then. It was not something that he could determine just like that. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-21, Divine Spirits have come to assist. While the rest carried on with their conversation, Ouyang Yanglai was the only one who kept glancing behind him with a brooding expression, wondering, what the hell is that brat up to? The others might not be aware of how formidable Yang Kai was in combat, but the same could not be said for Ouyang Yanglai. Of all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here in Profound Nether Territory, he was the one who was most familiar with Yang Kai, as they had fought alongside each other for many years in the Great Evolution Army. Yang Kai was also the reason why he managed to make it out of the Black Ink battlefield and arrive at the Barren Territory. Of course, Yang Kai would not have come out of the battle unscathed after slaughtering 3 innate territory lords in such a short amount of time, so Ouyang Yanglai did not even need to check to understand he had used his soul-rending thorns. Injuries in battle were unavoidable, but nevertheless, Ouyang Yanglai did not believe that Yang Kai's wounds were as severe as they seemed to be. He had witnessed just how indomitable Yang Kai had been when they stormed the no-return pass. However, Yang Kai's aura was currently as frail as a candle's flame amid a terrifying storm. It was almost as if he would die at any moment. Is he really that wounded? Ouyang Yanglai threw a glance in that direction once more, and his eyes flashed perceptively as a thought occurred to him. Soon, he chuckled and snickered, crafty brat. What did you say? Wei Junyang turned to Ouyang Yanglai. It's nothing. Ouyang Yanglai slowly shook his head. Although he deduced that something mischievous was afoot, he was not about to expose it as this involved someone else's private affairs. If he did, then he would be offending Yang Kai for no reason. Ouyang Yanglai was certain. That brat's injured all right, but his injuries are definitely not that severe. Since Ouyang Yanglai did not wish to elaborate, Wei Junyang did not try to pry it out of him. Everyone fought hard in this battle. Let's return and tend to our injuries first so that we can return to our peak as soon as possible, lest the Black Ink clan starts getting ideas again. Everyone else nodded in agreement. The Profound Nether Territory army suffered considerable casualties in this battle, including the loss of 2 8th Order masters. Even though 3 territory lords had been killed as well, there were more territory lords than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters to begin with. The injuries that Ouyang Yanglai, Wei Junyang, and the others suffered were fairly serious, so it was true that they needed to hurry up and tend to their wounds. However, before they moved away, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of them before cupping his fist as he announced, "Sirs, the Divine Spirit's reinforcement team has arrived." Ouyang Yanglai could not resist snapping, "What excellent timing!" What was the point if the Divine Spirits only arrived when the battle was over? Were they here to help clean up the battlefield? If they came earlier, the Profound Nether army would not have suffered such heavy casualties. Ouyang Yanglai could not be blamed for feeling resentful, while the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt the same to varying degrees. There had been no sign of these divine spirits earlier when the battle was at its fiercest and the profound Nether army was on the verge of defeat. That was the time when they needed reinforcements the most. Fortunately, young Kai had arrived and managed to drive the Black Ink clan back with his unstoppable strength. Yet, it was only now that the divine spirits showed up. However, though they were dissatisfied, they knew the situation could not be helped. There were only so many divine spirits and the human race needed all the help they could get on all the different battlefields. The divine spirits who had to rush everywhere to offer assistance were under a lot of pressure too. Without the support of the divine spirits, at least 2 or 3 of the humans' current frontline great territories would have been lost. The divine spirits had contributed greatly to the human race's success in holding off the Black Ink clan. Wei Junyang sighed, "They're having a hard time too, brother Ouyang, so let's not mention such things." "I know," Ouyang Lai huffed. No one was having it easy. They were all pitifully fighting in a bid for survival. He was just grumbling for the sake of it. Even under these circumstances, while the divine spirits might have been late, they would not have been too late. If young Kai had not shown up, the profound Nether army would likely still be stretched thin, and the risk of defeat would be looming over their heads right now. The divine spirits' arrival would surely have provided them with much-needed help, and if the divine spirits were powerful enough, the profound Nether army might even manage to turn things around and score a victory. "Bring them over," Wei Junyang instructed. The messenger nodded quickly and did as he was instructed. Soon, a group of 50 or so divine spirits who did not bother reigning in their imposing presence approached. All the soldiers nearby backed away from the heavy presence of these divine spirits. Ouyang Lai frowned as he exchanged looks with Wei Junyang, both thinking the same thing, "It's them." Previously, Wei Junyang said that the Supreme Headquarters was sending a team of divine spirits over as reinforcements. Ouyang Lai had asked if these divine spirits were the ones who came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but Wei Junyang did not know the answer. It was those at the Supreme Headquarters who made the arrangements, thus, he had no say in the matter. From the looks of it, the divine spirits were indeed the ones from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was easy enough to tell. Although these divine spirits had a domineering presence, they were basically all on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in terms of strength. Only a few of them were on par with 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Furthermore, only these divine spirits would behave this arrogantly. All the divine spirits who sided with the human race came from one of 3 places. They were either from the No Return Pass, Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, or Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Overall, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were weaker than those from the No Return Pass and the Ancestral Land. It was not because they were weaker by nature, but they had only just left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they had yet to fully adapt to the principles of the 3,000 worlds, meaning their strength was somewhat suppressed. This had been the case with Zhu Juyin back then. Her true strength had been on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but once young Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it dropped to that of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and it took her many years before she returned to her peak. Thus, upon seeing that these divine spirits mostly had 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivations, Ouyang Lai and the others easily figured out where they were from. They belonged to the group of divine spirits who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but this was not all of them. These divine spirits were not all that reliable. When they first arrived at the Star boundary after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they caused quite a bit of trouble. It was Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan who had to step up and teach them a harsh lesson before they reined themselves in. Many unverifiable rumors regarding these divine spirits circulated among the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Apparently, they were cowardly in the face of death and did not do their best in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Even though they now allowed the Supreme Headquarters to send them out as reinforcements to various frontlines, somehow, they often did things that bungled the human race's chances of winning the battle. Those at the Supreme Headquarters would not choose to dispatch these divine spirits unless absolutely necessary. In fact, they considered splitting up the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and assigning them to the other divine spirit teams, but in the end, they could not do so as these divine spirits refused to be separated. If the Supreme Headquarters tried to force the issue, then it would only backfire. Divine Dragon Fu Guang was now recuperating in seclusion, so there was no one around who could exert authority over these unruly divine spirits. Furthermore, they were related to Yang Kai, so even Song Shan and Mi Jinglun did not want to push too hard when dealing with them. The reinforcements came in the form of roughly 50 divine spirits and one 7th-order human master. As a few unpleasant events had happened in the past, a human master was now assigned to accompany the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary whenever they were sent into battle. The human's role was ostensibly to lead the way as the divine spirits were unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, but in reality, their job was there to keep an eye on them. Both sides were fully aware of this. No one knew which cave, heaven or paradise this 7th-order master was from, but as he came over and looked around, his expression was as dark as night. Once he arrived in front of Wei Junyang and the others, he bowed and greeted, "Supreme Headquarters Yushan greets sirs." Wei Junyang smiled and reached out to raise him from the bow before nodding lightly at the 8th-order divine spirits who stood in front. "Many thanks for making the effort to come here." Of the divine spirits who took the lead, the one who took the form of a middle-aged man chuckled. It was no effort at all. "Rather. Did the battle here end so quickly? I thought you humans were at risk of being overwhelmed." "An unexpected incident occurred and we managed to repel the Black Ink clan," Wei Junyang replied, but he showed no inclination of sharing in further detail. Naturally, the divine spirit did not bother asking either. "Oh," the middle-aged man said in acknowledgement before turning to Yushan, "since there's nothing left to do here, does this mean we can go back now?" Yushan kept quiet, but his expression was icy. By now, everyone else could tell that Yushan did not get along with these divine spirits. However, outsiders would not know what caused the rift between them. Still, it was rather hard to think favorably of the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. They were different from the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. It would have been more surprising if the humans heard that Yushan, the 7th-order master who was supposed to keep an eye on these divine spirits, had gotten along with them. Perhaps they had shunned him during the journey over here. "We came all the way here for nothing." A young man among the group of divine spirits grumbled in dissatisfaction. "What a waste of all our efforts to rush over as quickly as possible. The Black Ink clan here are so weak. They should have held out a few more days." "Stop trying to talk big, Hudo. If you really had to fight against the Black Ink clan, you might end up peeing your pants. Everyone knows you're a coward who's afraid to die." A burst of laughter rang out. The divine spirit named Hudo immediately retorted, "As if you're any better, Yang Mo. During the last battle, you were wailing your head off and begging for mercy when that territory lord chased after you." Yang Mo turned bright red. That was a territory lord. He's even stronger than an 8th-order human. "I haven't fully restored my strength yet, you know. Once that happens, why would I need to fear a territory lord?" The divine spirits thus continued bickering among themselves. Wei Junyang and the others frowned. They had fought alongside many divine spirits during the battle at the No-Return Pass, and even though those divine spirits were just as haughty and prideful, always looking down on the humans, when it came to actually fighting, they were reliable comrades in arms whose strength in combat could not be denied. This was even the case with the Dragon and Phoenix clans. As for the divine spirits in front of them now, were they nothing more than a farce? They were standing on the front lines of a battlefield where the human race had suffered countless losses during the earlier battle, and even more of them were injured, and yet, these divine spirits turned it into a place where they bickered over who was the bravest. Still, despite their discontent, Wei Junyang and the others could not make any comments as these divine spirits had come here as reinforcements. Yushan seemed to be accustomed to the divine spirits bickering, so he just turned to Wei Junyang and asked, "Sirs, is there a need for us to stay here in profound nether territory in case the Black Ink clan mounts a counterattack?" Wei Junyang glanced in the direction where Yang Kai was resting and shook his head. "That won't be necessary. The Black Ink clan suffered significant casualties this time around, so they most likely won't be coming back anytime soon. Even if they did, with him around, it would not be hard to defend profound nether territory. The other battlefields might have a greater need for reinforcements." "Did we achieve a sweeping victory here?" Yuzhen exclaimed in surprise. This was something that had not happened in a very long time. Though the human race emerged victorious now and then throughout the various battlefields, those were generally hard-fought wins. After all, if they wanted to force the stronger and numerically superior Black Ink clan into retreat, they would have to pay a heavy price in the process. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-22, What About Me? Yuzhen was ecstatic. If the human race achieved a sweeping victory in profound nether territory, the good news was bound to improve the morale of the armies on the other battlefields. Wei Junyang shook his head and corrected with a bitter smile, "It was a costly victory. It could have been considered a sweeping victory if they had not lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they did, so the victory was no longer as sweet." Yuzhen paled when he heard this. "Did we lose an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Wei Junyang nodded morosely, too. Yuzhen's figure rocked ever so slightly. Ever since the human race army established the current frontline battlefields including profound nether territory, they had only lost 10 8th Order Masters in total. Those 10 had been lost throughout the many decades of fighting. However, 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been sacrificed in just this one battle alone. Regardless of how much the human race managed to achieve in return, it was still a costly victory. It was not easy to become an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Those who did were the most talented cultivators among the human race, and yet it still took several millennia for one to reach such a height. Far too many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had died throughout the years of battle, so the surviving ones were now the human race's pillars of strength. Yet, 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died in the battle in profound nether territory. Yuzhen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His voice quavered as he said, "The 2 sirs need not have died. If we had only arrived sooner." Upon seeing that Yuzhen blamed himself for this, Ouyang went forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Our 2 brothers died honorably. You don't need to let their deaths weigh too heavily on you. It wasn't your fault." Although 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sacrificed in battle, they managed to gravely injure their opponents before they took their last breath. Dying on the battlefield was an honorable way for them to go. Yuzhen slowly shook his head before all of a sudden, he glared at the divine spirits with bloodshot eyes. "You were supposed to come here as reinforcements, but all of you kept causing undue delays. Your lack of urgency resulted in the death of 2 of the Profound Nether Army's 8th Order Division commanders. I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters and hope you can give a reasonable justification for your actions when the time comes." "What did you say?" Ouyang and the others were shocked to hear this. Wei Junyang's expression was grim. "Undue delays? What happened?" When everyone heard Yuzhen's statement earlier, they thought he was merely blaming himself for the situation, but from the looks of it now, it seemed that something else must have happened. All at once, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began staring at the divine spirits with sharp, piercing gazes. An undue delay was not something to be taken lightly, and as the one who was tasked with overseeing these divine spirits, Yuzhen's words carried great weight. If it was just as Yuzhen had said, and the divine spirits did hinder military operations, then it was a serious matter. Wei Junyang and the others believed Yuzhen's words without any hesitation or doubt, and they had a good reason for this, as the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary had done this in the past. It happened during the first time they were sent to aid the humans in battle. They took so long on the trip over that, by the time they arrived on the battlefield, the fighting was nearly over. As no human was keeping an eye on them at the time, there was no way of confirming whether or not the divine spirits had done this on purpose. Due to that incident, there was now always a human race master who accompanied the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary whenever they were deployed as reinforcements. Meanwhile, despite the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's gazes, the divine spirits were unperturbed. Some of them were on par with Eighth Order Masters, so they were not afraid of Wei Junyang and the other humans. Furthermore, the human race needed their strength. Even if the human race discovered anything in their investigations, they could not do anything about it. The middle-aged man who was in the lead chuckled as he began releasing his divine spirit presence to its fullest. Wei Junyang and the others were fairly injured in the first place, and now, they became even paler. He looked at Yuzhen and retorted coolly, "Watch what you say, boy. Ever since we received the command, we have done our best to rush over as soon as possible. How did we cause any undue delays?" The pressure from a mature divine spirit was directed fully at Yuzhen, and it made him feel as if he was being crushed under a mountain. He could barely keep himself upright, let alone speak. Yuzhen and the middle-aged man were an order apart in terms of cultivation. "What are you doing?" Wei Junyang fought back with an imposing presence of his own as he eyed that middle-aged man coldly. "Are you trying to start a revolt in front of the army? See if I don't cut your head off." The middle-aged man glanced at Wei Junyang before snorting, "As if you could." The two locked gazes as their imposing presence clashed, but it was clear that Wei Junyang was having a harder time as his complexion grew even paler. The middle-aged man looked around before declaring, "You should be honored that we divine spirits have come to help. However, not only did you not thank us, you even have the gall to spew such nonsense. Unbelievable. The losses you've suffered on the battlefield here have nothing to do with us, it's all because of how useless you are. Even if we did arrive sooner, so what? If you're useless, you're useless. You should just die and move on to your next life instead of sticking around and embarrassing yourselves." Everyone immediately flew into an uproar. Oyu Younglai was on the verge of throwing fists, but he knew that he was in no shape to fight another battle right now, so he forced himself to hold back. Still, he roared in fury, "The Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds. Both the humans and the divine spirits have to fight together to survive. If we humans are driven into extinction, do you think the divine spirits will be any better off? Well, we're here, aren't we?" The middle-aged man smirked. "We're only a little late. It's not a big deal. It's not as if they lost profound nether territory anyway. Just a bunch of ants whining incessantly. He would have attacked them by now if it had not been for a few things he had to be wary of." Yuzhen spoke up from behind Wei Junyang, "Either way, I will report this to the Supreme Headquarters. They will decide what's right and wrong." One of the divine spirits snorted, "Your Supreme Headquarters has no control over us. It's up to us whether or not we're willing to help the human race fend off their enemies. In other words, no one could do anything to them if they did not wish to fight." The humans were vexed to no end, and the veins along Oyu Younglai's forehead were throbbing. 100+ divine spirits came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, and quite a number of them were now as strong as Eighth Order Masters. What's more, within a few years, these divine spirits would only continue to grow stronger as even more of them regained their true strength. With the way things were going for the humans right now, no one wanted to offend a powerful group of allies. Even if this news reached the Supreme Headquarters, there was a high chance that nothing would come of it. Many of the divine spirits were snickering, while the middle-aged man in the lead stared at the humans haughtily. He dared to behave this belligerently because he was certain that the humans would not do anything to them, but suddenly, a cold voice sounded, "Even if those at the Supreme Headquarters can't do anything, what about me?" The divine spirits all froze when they heard this voice, and their expressions changed as they swiftly turned towards the direction where the voice came from. They saw a familiar figure approaching. The middle-aged man frowned. "Why is this little bastard here?" He did not detect Yang Kai's aura when he first arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he realized why that was. Yang Kai was heavily injured and his aura was quite feeble. It was no surprise he had overlooked him when he was in such a state. As Yang Kai came closer, the divine spirit's expressions kept changing. It had been some 20 years since Yang Kai sent them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and delivered them to the star boundary, but during that time, they heard nothing from Yang Kai and no one knew where he went. There were only two individuals that these divine spirits feared, Fu Guang of the Dragon Clan, and Yang Kai. The former was strong, so strong they could not afford to offend him. As for the latter, well, they had sworn a bloodline oath with him that they had to abide by. A group of women were gathered beside Yang Kai, with Yu Meng and the others looking on in concern. They knew how serious their husband's injuries were. He should be focusing on his recovery right now, so why was he running over here and involving himself in this mess? That being said, it was not as if they could talk Yang Kai out of it, so they came along to protect him. Soon, Yang Kai stood in front of the divine spirits as he eyed the middle-aged man frigidly. The latter forced himself to smile as he cupped his fist and greeted, "Sir." The divine spirits quickly followed suit, regardless of whether or not they were doing so willingly. After all, their bloodline oath was in place. They could leave the great ancient ruins boundary because they pledged their service and loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. After that, Yang Kai would grant them their freedom. Since they had to serve Yang Kai, it meant that there was a clear hierarchy. The divine spirits were under Yang Kai's command. At the time, Yang Kai wanted them to acknowledge him as their master, but the divine spirits were too proud. Even though he was of the Dragon Clan, the divine spirits were unwilling to bow their heads. They were only willing to pledge their loyalty and be of service to him for a fixed duration. Yang Kai did not mind this as to him. There was no difference whether they merely pledged their loyalty or considered him their master, as long as they helped the human race fight the Black Ink clan. At the time, Yang Kai assumed that these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary would be a huge help to the humans, as a lot could be done with 100 mature divine spirits. He never thought it would lead to such aggravating matters instead. As a result, he was beginning to regret bringing them out. He witnessed this today, but what about all the things that happened without him knowing? Yang Kai stared at the middle-aged man. He did not say anything, but he recognized that this was the human form of the divine spirit Dao Wu. Dao Wu could be considered an ominous beast like Dao Tai and Qiong Qi. The ancestors of these ominous beasts had done things to harm the 3,000 worlds in the past, so that was why the old tree caught them and kept them locked up inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. Most of the ancestors of the divine spirits inside the grand ancient ruins boundary were those who had committed great evils. They were lawless and bloodthirsty, and although the crimes of the ancestors had nothing to do with the current generation, the divine spirits that Yang Kai had brought out had more or less inherited the callousness and brutality of their predecessors. These divine spirits were completely different from those that came from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master who came with the divine spirit before nodding at him. "Greetings, Brother Yu." "You are?" Yuzhen queried doubtfully. "Great evolutions?" "The star boundaries, Yang Kai." The Great Evolution Army had been dissolved and was now part of the Profound Nether Army, so he could not introduce himself by his previous title anymore. "So it is Sir Yang," Yuzhen exclaimed in realization. He had long since heard about the immensely talented human from the star boundary who took less than 1,000 years to go from 5th Order to 8th Order. He initially thought it was just an exaggerated story, but upon seeing Yang Kai now, he realized that it was true after all. He's really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, though his injuries seem quite serious. Yuzhen knew that Yang Kai had to be a lot younger than him, but he addressed Yang Kai respectfully anyway due to the latter's higher cultivation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5523, for those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Brother Yu, I heard you saying there were undue delays along the way. What happened?" Before Yuzhen could answer, Dao Wu quickly cried out, "That's just a misunderstanding, sir." Yang Kai glanced at him, I didn't ask you. Dao Wu tried to explain himself anyway, but Yang Kai cut him off with a cold stare. Say one more word and I'll relieve you of your head. Dao Wu turned red with fury, but he dared not speak up again. The divine spirits behind him became restless too. Yuzhen was shocked. So Yang possesses such authority. Dao Wu is the strongest of all the divine spirits who came out of the grand ancient ruins boundary. He is as strong as our 8th order open heaven realm masters, which is why the other divine spirits follow his lead. Even those at the supreme headquarters dared not impose on these divine spirits too much. Yuzhen could not believe that Dao Wu did not fly into a rage even though Yang Kai showed such disdain for him. Furthermore, the divine spirits had addressed Yang Kai respectfully as a sirt when he first came over. What's going on? Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the one who brought over the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, but none knew what their true relationship was. Dao Wu and the others did not go around talking about it either. They were divine spirits, and it would be a huge loss of face for them if others knew that they pledged their loyalty to a human. No one looked into the matter either, as divine spirits were proud and arrogant beings, so it was already a blessing that they were somewhat willing to help the humans in battle. Talking about these unnecessary things would only serve to offend the divine spirits. Thus, everyone was taken aback by what they now saw happening. Brother Yu, please speak freely. Yang Kai turned back to Yuzhen. Yuzhen pursed his lips before cupping his fist and recounting, Supreme Headquarters issued orders for us to immediately make for the profound Nether Territory battlefield to aid the soldiers here. If we stuck to the original schedule, we could have reached here a day earlier and joined the battle, but on the way over, they spent half a day resting after claiming that both their physical bodies and their spirits were drained. After that, we encountered a few scattered Black Ink clansmen and they insisted on hunting them down, which caused even more delays. That's why we only arrived here today. Physically and spiritually drained, Yang Kai scoffed. The divine spirits were the epitome of strength and health. Even though they had not fully restored their peak strength yet, how could it be possible for them to be physically and spiritually drained just from traveling? He eyed Dao Wu and the other divine spirits coldly. Many of them had sheepish expressions as they probably felt that the excuse was too flippant as well. Were there any territory lords among those scattered Black Ink clansmen? Yuzhen shook his head. There were only a few Black Ink clansmen reserves who were led by some feudal lords. Yang Kai nodded lightly. By now, Wei Junyang, Ou Yang Lai, and the others gathered around were livid. If what Yuzhen said was true, then the team of divine spirit reinforcements could have arrived a day earlier, and if they had, the profound Nether Territory army would not have suffered nearly as many casualties. The two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not have had to sacrifice their lives either. Earlier on, when Wei Junyang and Ou Yang Lai spoke while tending to their injuries, Ou Yang Lai asked about the reinforcements and Wei Junyang said that they should be arriving soon. However, neither one of them would have thought that the reinforcements should have already arrived by then, but had purposely delayed themselves. Why would they need a group of divine spirits to hunt down scattered Black Ink clan reserves that were only led by feudal lords? The divine spirits' task was to aid the humans on the front lines of profound Nether Territory. The main battlefield would have been the highest priority even if they did run into a territory lord along the way, let alone a few enemy scouts. Their most important mission was to aid the humans on the profound Nether Territory battlefield. They did not have to bother with anything else. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were beside themselves with rage and couldn't help cursing the Supreme Headquarters for assigning the wrong team to this task, though they knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters would not utilize these divine spirits unless they had no other choice. Chances were that no other reinforcements could be sent over, so that was why they had to deploy these divine spirits. Yang Kai's expression remained neutral. After hearing what Yuzhen said, he turned to Dao Wu. What do you have to say for yourself? Dao Wu remained silent, not even trying to claim it was a misunderstanding anymore as he still had his own sense of pride. It was one thing if no one exposed what had happened, but since his deeds had been brought to light, he did not stoop so low as to deny them. After a while, he declared, the humans at the Supreme Headquarters only told us to come and aid the humans in profound nether territory, and it hasn't been lost." He did not say anything else, but it was easy enough to decipher what he was implying. Since profound nether territory had not been lost, then even if they did cause unnecessary delays when coming over, it was not a big deal as it did not change the overall outcome. Yang Kai nodded. "That means you admit to delaying your arrival on purpose." Dao Wu frowned. "Why are you harping on this?" "Even if I admit it, so what? Are the humans going to kill us divine spirits? You wouldn't dare." The humans were already having a hard time holding their front lines and were stretched thin as they tried to fend off the Black Ink clan. They were not in a position to make new enemies. Regardless of everything else, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary provided indispensable combat strength. "Very good." Yang Kai's icy gaze fixed on Dao Wu before all of a sudden, he growled, "Senior Ou Yang, what are the rules of the human race army?" Ou Yang Lai stepped forward and rattled off. "When the army is in battle, the punishment for desertion is death. For those who disrupt morale, the sentence is death. For those who hinder military operations, the sentence is death." He spat out the last few words venomously. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his azure dragon spear. With the tip of the spear nearly pressing against Dao Wu's head, Yang Kai asked through gritted teeth, "Do you understand now?" The air was filled with murderous intent. Yu Meng and the other women began circulating their world force in preparation for what was to come. They would take their husband's side no matter what he did, even if he chose to join the Black Ink clan, so there was no need to hesitate at this juncture. On the other hand, Wei Junyang and the others froze in shock. Although they found these divine spirits reprehensible and deserving of death, it would not be easy to settle the situation if it got too far out of hand. After all, the human race still needed these divine spirits' help. The Eighth Order Masters had long since outgrown the age of holding on to grudges. They held important positions and had to act in the human race's best interests. What's more, it was not just one or two divine spirits here, it was 50 of them. There were also another 50 on a different battlefield. The divine spirits were alarmed by Yang Kai's aggressive approach and could not help but unleash their divine spirit pressure as well. In a blink of an eye, the atmosphere grew tense. Many of the human race masters who had been observing in secret noticed the change and quickly flew over from all directions. They too began exerting their presence to challenge the divine spirits. Yuzhen was dumbstruck as he never thought things would come to this. He resented these divine spirits and was going to report their misconduct to the Supreme Headquarters, but he knew full well that the Supreme Headquarters could not do anything about it. At most, the Supreme Commanders would reprimand the divine spirits, but in the end, they would have to smooth things over without making a huge fuss. Division Commander Yang is so brave and decisive. His spear is almost stabbing into the divine spirit's face. It could not be denied that the sight the humans saw now was incredibly satisfying. The anger that welled up inside them previously was now appeased. However, after a momentary bout of gratification, they started worrying. How were they going to settle the situation if it went any further? We can't let it come to blows, right? The divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary are firm about sticking together, so if a fight breaks out, it's our side that will suffer losses. How ironic it would be if they survived the onslaught from the Black Ink clan army only to die at the hands of these divine spirits. Many others shared Yuzhen's worries, and a few veteran Eighth Order Masters were frowning hard as well. Yang Kai's still too young. Doing this may feel satisfying for now, but it won't resolve the issue. If things went too far, it would fall on them, the older ones, to clean up the mess, so why even bother? With such thoughts in mind, they started communicating with Yang Kai as they reminded him to focus on the bigger picture. However, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, as if he did not hear them. Dao Wu seemed to have noticed their transmissions. Just moments ago, his expression was grim, but now, he abruptly laughed and said to Yang Kai, Do you want to execute me, sir? Why wouldn't I execute you? Yang Kai replied, You're their leader, the one who decides what they do, so you should take responsibility for everything. Dao Wu shook his head. If you insist, sir, then I have nothing to say. However, he paused and chuckled. If you're going to attack me, sir, then I will respond in kind. This does not go against the oath. They were not in the grand ancient ruins boundary anymore. While there, the divine spirit's strength had been suppressed and they could not stand against Yang Kai, resulting in Zhu Jian and the others being soundly defeated. As Yang Kai was able to take them out of the grand ancient ruins boundary, they willingly made a bloodline oath to pledge their loyalty to Yang Kai for 3,000 years. No one could break a bloodline oath, so they had to abide by its conditions, but if Yang Kai tried to kill them, they had the right to defend themselves. After all, they had pledged their loyalty to him, not their lives. It would be far too unreasonable for them to have to die at Yang Kai's whim. So what if this brat is an 8th order open heaven realm master? Is my strength not equal to his? Dao Wu thought. Furthermore, Dao Wu was certain that Yang Kai was merely trying to scare him, for if Yang Kai did want to go through with it, he wouldn't need to make such a grand spectacle of things. He would have just thrust his spear out and been done with it rather than wasting his breath on all this nonsense. Dao Wu actually readily welcomed the possibility of Yang Kai attacking him. That way, he would no longer have to abide by his oath and would have the chance to rid himself of the need to serve for 3,000 years. Many of the divine spirits shared the same thought as Dao Wu. 3,000 years was a long time, so if this was their chance to break the chains that shackled them, then it was a good thing as they would be able to regain their freedom. Go ahead and fight back. See if I manage to kill you or not. Yang Kai retorted coolly. Quite a number of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were still secretly trying to dissuade Yang Kai when all of a sudden, a powerful force was unleashed from Yang Kai's spear as it thrust towards Dao Wu's head. If any of you want to attack, then go ahead. Yang Kai bellowed, Let's see whether it's you or me who dies. The human race masters were thunderstruck. The divine spirits were stunned as well. Even Dao Wu gawked in disbelief. Yang Kai did make the first move, and it was a deadly blow. It's not an act. He wants to take my life, Dao Wu was enraged. He was a mature divine spirit on par with an 8th Order human master, without a 9th Order old ancestor around. He was one of the strongest beings in all the 3,000 worlds, yet this brat wanted to kill him just because he was a bit tardy today. Dao Wu hated being constrained by the bloodline oath to begin with, so now that Yang Kai was attacking him, while he did feel angry, he was also thrilled to have the chance to obtain his freedom. Although Yang Kai's attack was sharp and powerful, Dao Wu knew it was not enough to take his life. After all, he had been keeping his guard up as Yang Kai's spear had been pointed at his head the whole time. Thus, as soon as Yang Kai launched his attack, Dao Wu reacted by unleashing his strength as a divine spirit and moved to dodge the spear. At that exact moment though, a piercing pain coursed through his head, like his soul was being torn apart. He felt dizzy and his vision grew hazy and even his movements became sluggish. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-24, really killed. It would not have been as bad for Dao Wu if that was all. The force unleashed by Yang Kai's spear was brutal and relentless, but it was still not enough to kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured. Yet, all of a sudden, a mysterious force shrouded Dao Wu, causing over half of his strength to instantly be suppressed. He was already in agony over his soul being ripped apart, and now his divine spirit strength was nullified as well. It meant he could not withstand the menacing blow from Yang Kai's spear. A muffled sound rang out as the azure dragon spear pierced right through Dao Wu's skull, his eyes still wide with fear and disbelief. His strength diffused into the air as his blood essence spurted out, filling the void with a heavy scent of metal. The human race masters gasped in shock, while the divine spirit showed a similar reaction. He really killed him. Dao Wu, a divine spirit who was as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Master, had been executed on the spot. Before this happened, both the humans and the divine spirits thought it was unlikely that Yang Kai would follow through with his threat. They assumed he simply wanted to intimidate Dao Wu, otherwise, he would not have exposed his murderous intent. Dao Wu was not weak by any means, and any sane person would have their guard up when they sensed such potent murderous intent being directed at them. Wei Junyang and the others had already prepared what they were going to say. They were going to wait until Yang Kai had finished with his threats before they came in and smoothed things over. That way, Yang Kai would have a valid reason to hold himself back and the divine spirits would not feel too offended. Everyone would still be able to work together in the future under such circumstances. It never crossed their minds that Yang Kai would kill Dao Wu just like that. However, Wei Junyang and the other humans were even more confused as to why Dao Wu seemed so weak. It was not the same when Yang Kai killed the innate territory lords. Although Yang Kai had killed those innate territory lords swiftly and decisively, one could consider it a sneak attack of sorts due to the soul-rending thorns. Firstly, Yang Kai was powerful, and he was also willing to sacrifice pieces of his soul to use the soul-rending thorns. Even an innate territory lord would be caught off guard by such an attack, and therefore, it was not surprising that Yang Kai could seize the opening to kill them off. In return, Yang Kai had to pay a heavy price. After all, they saw that Yang Kai stopped attacking any other territory lords after killing 3 of them. They knew it was not because he did not want to continue, but because he could not. If innate territory lords could be killed off that easily, then Yang Kai could have dealt with all of them by himself and the human race would not have to be in such a difficult predicament. But then, what happened to Dao Wu? Yang Kai kept his azure dragon spear pointed at Dao Wu's head for several breaths of time, but even so, Dao Wu still died after a single blow. Weren't divine spirits supposed to be as strong, if not stronger than humans in the same realm as them? Did that not apply to the divine spirits who came from the grand ancient ruins boundary? The human race masters were confused, but they were still quick to react. All of them began condensing their world force as they warily eyed the divine spirits in front of them. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary were a close-knit bunch who stuck together no matter what. Now that Yang Kai killed Dao Wu, there was no way of guaranteeing that these divine spirits would not rebel. However, even after a few breaths, the divine spirits showed no signs of acting, still just stuck in their state of shock. Dao Wu's dead. Yang Kai said he would kill Dao Wu, then he did just that. In an instant, the divine spirits were filled with trepidation after witnessing Yang Kai's merciless act. The human race masters saw Yang Kai killing Dao Wu with ease and assumed that Dao Wu was too weak. They did not notice much else, but the divine spirits did. At that very moment when Dao Wu was killed, a strange force emanated from Yang Kai that suppressed all of their divine spirit bloodlines. When that happened, the divine spirits felt as if they were being crushed under the weight of an entire universe world, making it difficult for them to even breathe. What kind of power was that? Most of the divine spirits had no clue, but a few of the strongest seemed to have sensed something and stared at the back of Yang Kai's hands in shock. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious imprints that glowed momentarily, but they disappeared too quickly, so none of them got a clear look at them. Was that the source of that suppressing power? The divine spirits were shaken. If Yang Kai had the power to completely suppress their bloodlines, it was not a shock that Dao Wu died. Nevertheless, what was it that enabled him to do so? Even a master as strong as Dao Wu could not resist it. These divine spirits left the grand ancient ruins boundary not too long ago, so they had no clue that Yang Kai possessed the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. As it was, not many people knew about these 2 great marks, only the human race's highest authority figures did. They knew that these 2 great marks gave Yang Kai the ability to use purifying light. Without them, it was impossible to extract power from the yellow and blue crystals and then merge them to form purifying light. However, only 1 or 2 others knew that purifying light was not the only thing these 2 great marks were capable of. After all, these 2 marks were personally bestowed upon Yang Kai by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and were formed from those 2 supreme beings' source strength. Even though Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan denied being the progenitors of the divine spirits, they were still connected to them somehow. On top of that, their bloodline surpassed those of all divine spirits, so their sorcerers alone were enough to suppress divine spirits by force. It was similar to the Dragon Clan's bloodline suppression. Those of the Dragon Clan with purer dragon veins had the natural ability to suppress those whose bloodline wasn't as pure. Back then, when Yang Kai headed for the no-return pass on old ancestor Xiao Xiao's orders, Ji Lao San showed up to challenge him. In just 2 strikes, Yang Kai easily managed to subdue Ji Lao San. Even when Ji Lao San assumed his dragon form, Yang Kai was able to smack him back into his human form with just a casual slap. What Yang Kai relied upon at the time was not his strength or his dragon vein, as Ji Lao San's dragon vein was not any weaker than his, but rather the Great Sun and Great Moon marks. Even Ji Lao San's Dragon Clan bloodline was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back, so how could Dao Wu fare any better? How could Dao Wu possibly survive a sudden attack in the form of a soul-rending thorn combined with the suppression from the source of the 2 great marks? Yang Kai withdrew his spear and turned to the other divine spirits. Earlier, when he attacked Dao Wu, a few divine spirits surged their strength, as if they wanted to help the latter, but the 2 great marks nullified everything, and before they could come to their senses, Dao Wu was dead. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing them coldly, the divine spirits turned pale and held their breaths in fear that Yang Kai would attack them next. Even Dao Wu had died without being able to fight back, so the rest knew they were no match for Yang Kai. Thus, a strange scene played out in front of everyone. The humans were grim and alert as they were afraid that Yang Kai's act of executing Dao Wu would lead to a frenzied response from the divine spirits. If that happened, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, and many more humans might die. If that was indeed what was to come, then the irony of the situation could not be missed. However, the divine spirits showed no signs of wanting to avenge Dao Wu, rather, they were cowering in fear and did not even dare to speak up. Why do they look so terrified? Wei Jun Yang and Ou Yang Lai exchanged nonplussed glances. Were the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary that afraid of Yang Kai? Though it was their first time interacting with these divine spirits, they heard a lot about them. These divine spirits were a lot haughtier than the ones from the ancestral land and the no-return pass. During their time in the star boundary, they stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and High Heaven Palace had to keep cleaning up the mess they left behind. Thankfully, they were not completely lawless and never did anything that led directly to the death of others, otherwise, the human race would not be cooperating with them now. In contrast to the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary only had a loose relationship with the humans. They aided the human race to secure the front lines of various battlefields, but they did not come under the human race's command structure. This was the reason why those at the Supreme Headquarters were reluctant to send out these divine spirits. There was no way of guaranteeing what they would do. The Supreme Headquarters would not have sent them over this time if it had not been because there was literally no one else they could send. However, the human race masters exhaled in relief. They were thankful that a fight did not break out and there was still the chance of peacefully resolving this situation. They now waited to see how Yang Kai wanted to settle the matter. The atmosphere was fraught with tension as the divine spirit stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. They were fearful and cautious, but they were also on guard lest Yang Kai attacked again. Zhu Jian. After a long time, Yang Kai finally spoke up again. A burly, pot-bellied man who was one of the divine spirits standing in front mustered up the courage to step forward. He cupped his fist and called out, "Sir! Tell me what all of you swore to me when we were still in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Yang Kai stared at Zhu Jian with a neutral expression. Zhu Jian was the first divine spirit that Yang Kai subdued in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. He came along with this team of reinforcements, and even though he was now in his human form, Yang Kai recognized him right away. Zhu Jian started quaking when he heard Yang Kai's question, as he still remembered that Yang Kai had originally wanted to roast him alive before eating him. He would not still be breathing now if he had not choked down his pride and surrendered back then. He had already been fearful of Yang Kai before, and now that Dao Wu was killed so easily, he was even less inclined to behave insolently. He respectfully replied, "We swore a bloodline oath that pledged our loyalty to Sir for 3,000 years. The human race masters were dumbfounded when they heard this. This was their first time hearing that such a relationship existed between Yang Kai and the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. Pledging loyalty was no joking matter, especially when it involved these haughty divine spirits who were all masters in their own right. No one of such strength and pride would easily serve another, even if only temporarily. The humans were filled with curiosity as to how Yang Kai managed to make the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary submit to him, as this was not something strength alone could accomplish. "I thought you'd all forgotten," Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Jian lowered his head. "We wouldn't dare to. No one would dare to desecrate the sanctity of a bloodline oath." "Good. Now, what were my orders when I sent you all out of the grand ancient ruins boundary?" Zhu Jian instantly replied, "To head directly to the star boundary, find Hua Qing Sai, and obey her commands." This was the command Yang Kai had given them, so naturally, Zhu Jian still recalled it clearly. In fact, all the divine spirits present remembered these exact words. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. "Did you tell her that?" "Well," Zhu Jian mumbled awkwardly. After noting Zhu Jian's hesitation, Yang Kai knew that he guessed correctly. Hua Qing Sai probably had no idea that he had sent these divine spirits over to be under her command. Otherwise, why would the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary be able to act in such an unbridled manner? "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai's eyes filled with murderous intent again. Sweat flowed down Zhu Jian's forehead as he shouted, "Dao Wu and the others said to Manager Hua that we've been sent over to help them, sir." It was true that Yang Kai had indeed sent the divine spirits over to help the humans, but the divine spirits had only relayed this information to Hua Qing Sai in a vague manner. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-25, Punishment. The divine spirits did not tell Hua Qing Sai that they were supposed to be under her command. By only saying they were sent to help, they were able to decide what they wished to do. Their original orders were to be under her command, which meant they had to do whatever they were told to. It was clear that these were two vastly different situations. They had clearly twisted the truth on purpose. It was probably the result of their pride. Due to this, Hua Qing Sai misunderstood the situation. As the human race were now dealing with a powerful team of reinforcements who were supposedly helping the human race of their own volition, the humans would compromise and put up with a lot of things. This allowed the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary to behave even more wantonly. That was why they could establish a so-called collaborative relationships with the human race's leaders, rather than one of subordinates and superiors. "You're all quite shrewd, aren't you?" Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai knew he was partly to blame for this too. He had been in a rush to take Wuquang to the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so he opened a passage with the help of the old tree and sent the divine spirits to the star boundary without going along with them to ensure things went smoothly. None of this would have happened if he had just taken a moment to return to the star boundary and explain the situation to Hua Qing Sai. Still, it was impossible for him to have predicted these divine spirits would act so shamelessly. "What did Manager Hua instruct you to do?" Yang Kai asked. Zhu Jian was sweating. "Manager Hua told us to join the battlefields and work together with the human race army." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Is this how you work together with them?" The battle in profound nether territory rapidly intensified when the Black Ink clan snuck in a large number of territory lords, causing the human race army to fall into a critical disadvantage, but you lot purposely delayed your arrival. Profound nether territory might have been lost to the enemy if I hadn't returned by coincidence. Now it was Wei Junyang and the others who looked ashamed. Yang Kai was right. If it had not been for his sudden appearance, they would have most likely decided to abandon profound nether territory and retreat in order to preserve as much manpower as possible, though the efficacy of such a strategy was questionable at best. Yang Kai's cold gaze swept across the group of divine spirits, but none of them dared to speak. Yang Kai was boiling with rage and wanted nothing more than for one of them to jump out and refute him, which would give him the chance to set another example, but none of them dared to come forward. Dao Wu said that the Supreme Headquarters had no control over your actions, but since Manager Hua told you to work together with the humans, it very much meant they have the right to command you. As your leader, Dao Wu hindered military operations and caused the human race army to suffer heavy casualties, so I executed him for his crimes. Do any of you have a problem with that? This was a redundant question, as who among them would have the gall to protest now? After hearing what Yang Kai said, not only did the divine spirits not voice any dissatisfaction, but many of them even relaxed. Although Yang Kai had not stated things clearly, his words implied that he was only going to punish their leader, Dao Wu, for this. Now that Dao Wu was dead, Yang Kai was unlikely to execute the other divine spirits. Sir has made a wise decision. Zhu Jian cupped his fist. Yang Kai slowly continued, as the leader of the Grand Ancestral Ruins Boundary Divine Spirits, Dao Wu's death is justified. Although the rest of you do not deserve to be executed for your misdeeds, that does not mean you can be absolved of responsibility so easily either. Instantly, the divine spirits started fretting once more as they did not know what Yang Kai would do to them. Senior Wei. Yang Kai abruptly turned to Wei Junyang. We lost 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this battle, correct? Yang Kai had not known about this earlier, but he found out after overhearing the conversation between Wei Junyang and Yuzhen earlier when he was tending to his injuries. Wei Junyang's expression was grim as he nodded, indeed. The human race had lost 2 8th Order Division commanders, while the Black Ink clan lost 3 territory lords. It seemed as if they were not the ones who lost the most, but in reality, all 3 territory lords had died at Yang Kai's hands. If it had not been for Yang Kai's serendipitous arrival, the profound Nether army would have suffered a devastating defeat. Yang Kai turned back to Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits. You heard that, he snarled coldly. 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters died because you were late. Zhu Jian and the other divine spirits felt aggrieved, but they dared not refute him. Within 3 months, I want to see the heads of 2 territory lords. I don't care how you do it, where you do it, or when you do it. The method is up to you, but if you fail to do so, Yang Kai eyed them once more, it will be your heads that start rolling. The divine spirits paled. Don't think I'm joking about this, Yang Kai continued icily. There are a total of 49 of you, and 3 of you have reached the level of 8th Order human masters. It should be easy enough for you to kill 2 territory lords. Of course, feel free to try and run. If you flee, then perhaps I won't be able to find you in the vastness of the 3,000 worlds. We wouldn't dare. Zhu Jian replied bitterly. Who would dare to run when their bloodline oath was still in effect? Would it even be possible for them to run? But to kill 2 innate territory lords. Even though the divine spirits were fairly strong, it was not easy to kill a territory lord. All the territory lords were accompanied by Black Ink clan armies which were at least 100,000 strong. If they wanted to kill a territory lord, they would first have to deal with the army under their command. Zhu Jian was livid as he thought to himself, Dao Wu didn't just smash open his own head, he dragged us down with him too. Why did he have to cause those delays anyway? He's dead now, but we're being punished in his place. However, despite grumbling on the inside, Zhu Jian knew that the divine spirits had been caged up inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary the whole time, and now that they finally had a chance at freedom, none of them wanted to risk their lives in any way. They valued their lives more than anything. This was why the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were even more cowardly than the divine spirits from other places. Maybe you can surrender yourselves to the Black Ink clan and support them instead, Yang Kai suggested with a smile as he surveyed the divine spirits. Not a peep was heard from the divine spirits. After all, there was no way they were going to do that. If they chose to side with the Black Ink clan, that would mean offering themselves up to be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Even though they had a lot more resistance to Black Ink's strength than humans did, they wouldn't be able to withstand being corrupted forever. I'm tired. I will take my leave now, sirs. Yang Kai waved at Wei Junyang and the others before heading back to Bai Shi's soul clone. He kept coughing up blood as he walked, looking like he was on the verge of death, and this brought even more heartache to Su Yang and the others. He was already injured. Even though it looked as if he easily killed off Dao Wu, who knows what kind of price he had to pay to do so. Soon, Yang Kai was back inside the warship that was made out of Bai Shi's soul clone. He looked deathly pale as he sat down to rest while Su Yang sat behind him so that he could lean against her. The other women crowded around, expressing their concern and fussing over Yang Kai as he wheezed and gasped. Yu Meng on the other hand stood back and watched the scene unfold with a clear gaze, scoffing on the inside. Yang Kai managed to fool her earlier, and as a result, she had been on edge for quite some time. However, she realized that he did not seem like an injured person at all when he killed Dao Wu. No physical injuries, but an injured soul instead, was it? She knew very well that he had the soul-warming lotus. She had been too concerned earlier, and it had been around 1,000 years since they last met, so it did not occur to her then, but it did now. No matter how injured his soul is, nothing will happen because he has the soul-warming lotus to protect and heal it. He will recover sooner or later, but there he is, acting as if he's about to die. Yu Meng snorted when she saw the looks of concern on Su Yang and the other women's faces. Naive women, fawning all over him like that. It's really true, the longer the hair, the shorter the wits. Have you all forgotten how he abandoned us for 1,000 years? Get a move on. Do none of you have any injuries to tend to? Meanwhile, Wei Junyang ordered the human masters to disperse. They were still in a daze over the shocking turn of events, but after hearing Wei Junyang's order, they finally snapped out of it and moved away as they gleefully celebrated on the inside. They had long since heard about the abhorrent behavior of these divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary. The latter's delayed arrival had also led to the sacrifice of 2 of the profound Nether Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters as well as many lower-order soldiers, resulting in a great deal of frustration and anger. Thus, they felt particularly gratified when Yang Kai executed Dao Wu. It was as if he had vented all their rage on their behalf. Oyu Yang Lai smacked his lips as he secretly lamented the loss of an 8th Order divine spirit. Why kill him off just like that? It would have been better to throw him at the Black Ink clan army and have him kill them instead. With luck, he might have even taken down a territory lord. We could have extracted the divine spirit's blood essence and source and let the humans refine them too. It would have been a great help. Oyu Yang Lai thought Yang Kai was being too wasteful. He's never been an army commander, so he doesn't know how to make the best use of such resources. Once the crowd cleared out, Wei Junyang looked at Yuzhen and said, "Now that the battle in profound nether territory has calmed for the moment, we have a lot of things to attend to here. You should report back to the Supreme Headquarters first. I don't think we'll be seeing any battles here in the near future." "Yes, sir." Yuzhen cupped his fist and carried out his orders, turning to leave without paying any attention to the divine spirits. However, he had not gone very far away when the divine spirits caught up to him. Zhu Jian even went over to Yuzhen with a sheepish smile. "Brother Yu, Sir Yang has asked us to kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, but it's not easy to kill them. Do you have any advice for us?" Yuzhen eyed him coldly and said, "How could I possibly dare to give you advice? Aren't you divine spirits supposed to be so high and mighty? On the way over, when you weren't ignoring me, you were insulting me. Even when I urged you to focus on our mission, Dao Wu just berated me for it. Yet, here you are being so courteous with me." Everyone knew that it was hard to kill a territory lord as all the surviving territory lords were innate territory lords. Every single one of them was powerful, not any weaker than a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why would we need you if those territory lords were easily killed? Yuzhen was appeased by the fact that Yang Kai had given the divine spirits a challenging task, so the anger and contempt he felt had mostly dissipated. Zhu Jian sighed and said, "We were wrong, brother Yu. This old ox apologizes on behalf of all my fellow divine spirits. Sir Yang is angry now, so if we don't kill 2 territory lords in 3 months, I'm afraid we might not be able to keep our heads." Sir Yang cannot be underestimated. He had noticed this during his initial encounter with Yang Kai back at the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. This incident just reminded him how vicious and merciless Yang Kai could be. Yang Kai executed Dao Wu without even the slightest hesitation. As Zhu Jian thought about it now, he began to think that Yang Kai was not just trying to scare him when he said he would slaughter him and eat his meat. Zhu Jian was certain that if he had refused Yang Kai back then, he would have ended up in Yang Kai's stomach. Zhu Jian felt chills, as if he had survived a narrow brush with death. "What does that have to do with me?" Yuzhen retorted coolly. He was only there to keep an eye on them. When it came to actual strength in combat, he was a lot weaker than these divine spirits. Zhu Jian sighed, "Brother Yu, although what we did was wrong, having us around benefits the human race too. Otherwise, Sir Yang wouldn't have brought us out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary in the first place. Wouldn't it have been fine to let us live there in peace? If Sir Yang does kill us because we failed to accomplish the task he gave us, it will only benefit the opponent instead. Don't you think so?" Yuzhen glanced at Zhu Jian in surprise. This old ox looks like he's nothing but a muscle head, but it seems he does have some wit about him. Even though Yuzhen did not want to bother with these divine spirits anymore, he knew that Zhu Jian was right. The divine spirits could be a great help to the human race, and it would be a waste if Yang Kai just killed them all. Furthermore, the fact that Yang Kai had given them 3 months to kill 2 territory lords was something to be taken seriously. If the divine spirits managed to do this, it would be wonderful news for the human race, and all past grievances between them could be considered settled, but if they failed to complete this task, then Yang Kai would be put in a difficult situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-26, From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. Yang Kai had given the ultimatum in front of an entire crowd of human masters, but was he truly going to kill all the divine spirits if they failed to meet his demand? The divine spirits would not take such an act lying down, and after seeing what happened to Dao Wu, they might very well choose to rebel to defend themselves if they had no other choice. If that happened, it would be extremely detrimental to the human race and only benefit their common enemy, the Black Ink clan. Thus, even though Yuzhen was somewhat reluctant, he softened his tone and said, 3 months isn't very long, and it will be hard to kill 2 territory lords in that time. I'm just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so I can't help you with it." "You don't need to help us with the act, Brother Yu," Zhu Jian quickly said. "However, you're aware of our situation. We don't have much information about the different battlefields. We didn't pay much attention to the battles back then, but now that Sir has given us an order, we'll surely do our best to meet his expectations. How's this? When you go back to the Supreme Headquarters, please put in a good word for us, Brother Yu, and find out which battlefield requires the most assistance right now. We'll head over at once, and we won't stop until we kill a few territory lords." Yuzhen stared at Zhu Jian in surprise, as if he was startled to find that Zhu Jian had a brain after all. Zhu Jian just flashed him a simple-minded smile. It was indeed a good strategy. The human race were clashing with the Black Ink clan on over a dozen different battlefields, and the fights were getting more intense by the day. Those at the Supreme Headquarters had overall command of the war, so naturally, they knew exactly what was happening on all the fronts. If Yuzhen could find a way to get some information from the Supreme Headquarters and give the divine spirits a few pointers, then it would be fairly easy for the latter to kill 2 territory lords within 3 months. After all, these divine spirits could not be considered weak, and there were many of them. Yuzhen was laughing happily on the inside. those at the Supreme Headquarters had been extremely resistant to sending out the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary because they were too unreliable. The human race would not have sent these divine spirits to profound nether territory as reinforcements if they had other options available. Even though Yuzhen was sent along to supervise the divine spirits, they were still able to play a few tricks. Well, now that Yang Kai has set an example by executing Dao Wu, I bet the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary won't have the gall to disobey orders again. Yuzhen nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'll help you get this information." Zhu Jian quickly cupped his fist. "Many thanks, brother Yu." Zhu Jian finally exhaled, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. With Yuzhen's help, they would most likely be able to overcome this challenge. But in the process of killing 2 territory lords, who knows if we might suffer any casualties? Zhu Jian shuddered when he recalled the way Yang Kai executed Dao Wu. He made up his mind to talk to the rest of the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and warn them to do as told, lest they follow in Dao Wu's footsteps. "Brother Ou Yang, how do you feel about all of us coming together and submitting a request to the Supreme Headquarters for Yang Kai to become the army commander here and oversee profound nether territory?" Wei Junyang abruptly asked from his spot on the universe fragment. Ou Yanglai was taken aback. Let him be the army commander of an entire battlefield. He's strong enough, but not experienced enough, don't you think? I can't believe Wei Junyang would even suggest that. No one could deny Yang Kai's strength. Even after killing 3 territory lords in a row, he could still kill the divine spirit Dao Wu with a single thrust of his spear despite being heavily injured. Based on strength alone, none of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in profound nether territory were his match. However, Ou Yanglai did not think it was a wise decision to make Yang Kai the army commander of the profound nether army. Yang Kai was too young, still a rising star by all measures. There were many more experienced people above him, including 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were even more experienced in strategy and command than Ou Yanglai and Wei Junyang. Although there were quite a number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the profound nether territory battlefield, none of them was the actual army commander who presided over the entire situation. Wei Junyang was considered the leader, but he, Ou Yanglai, Fei Yongzi, Kong Chengde, and 2 other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all currently shared that responsibility among them. Whenever a decision needed to be made, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come together and form a joint plan of action based on the directives set by the Supreme Headquarters. As it was, Ou Yanglai was mainly a silent member of this team of commanders. All he ever cared about was charging at the enemy, so he did not get involved in the day-to-day operations of the army. Even so, Ou Yanglai was shocked that Wei Junyang suggested having Yang Kai assume full command of profound nether territory. Wei Junyang was a powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and would not easily defer to someone else's authority, though this was not because he was wildly ambitious or power-hungry, it was simply because it was hard to be convinced by someone's leadership if that person was neither powerful enough nor experienced enough. "Do you think so highly of him, old Wei?" Wei Junyang eyed Ou Yanglai a little helplessly. Everyone else liked saying that he and Ou Yanglai were 2 peas in a pod, so that was why they considered each other confidants. Still, why would the Supreme Headquarters feel it was safe to let him be in charge at profound nether territory if he did not have some wits about him? Brother Ou Yang is the only one who doesn't think at all. Why do you think Yang Kai executed Dao Wu? All of a sudden, Wei Junyang asked an off-topic question. Ou Yanglai stared at him blankly. He killed a divine spirit who hindered military operations. What other reason could there be? I knew you wouldn't have picked up on anything else. However, Ou Yanglai seemed to have an epiphany. That brat is young and impulsive. He doesn't have much tolerance and can't hold himself back. It wouldn't be good if he was put in charge of the profound nether territory battlefield. Wei Junyang smirked and shook his head. What you saw was only the surface intent. Don't tell me you think there was a deeper meaning behind Yang Kai's decision to kill Dao Wu, Ou Yanglai retorted. frowning before asking, what was he considering? Wei Junyang glanced at Bai Shi's soul clone and said, it's true that he's young and impulsive, but I think he executed Dao Wu more to send a warning to the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary and to open up an opportunity for reconciliation between them and we humans. Ouyang Yanglai paused in thought. He was reckless, but that did not mean he could not think, he just couldn't be bothered to spend time mulling things over. However, now that Wei Junyang pointed this out to him, he had a vague idea of what Yang Kai's motives had been. The divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary have a pretty bad reputation, however, they haven't committed any grave mistakes thus far, so those at the supreme headquarters can't be too harsh on them. This time around though, their delay led to the deaths of 2 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If word of this got back to the supreme headquarters, Song Shan, Mi Jinglun and the rest wouldn't let it slide so easily. According to the rules of the army, Dao Wu would have to be executed, but could they do that? Perhaps it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Dao Wu, but it would mean offending all the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruins boundary, and they're a group with significant strength. Yet, if the supreme headquarters did not punish Dao Wu, how would they appease the rest of the human army? They would have had to choose between 2 extremely difficult decisions if Yang Kai hadn't executed Dao Wu. Ouyang Yanglai nodded in agreement, yes. That's right. That's what I thought too. As if you can think of this with that dull head of yours, Wei Junyang ignored him and continued, once the news got out, it would have caused a rift between the humans and the divine spirits. Now that the Black Ink clan has invaded the 3,000 worlds, the humans and the divine spirits need to stand together, but this rift might even affect the divine spirits from the ancestral land and the no-return pass, since at the end of the day, they're also divine spirits, just like the ones from the grand ancient ruins boundary. With how things are going in the 3,000 worlds, who knows when the tides will turn against us? If the humans and the divine spirits can't work together to fend off our common enemy, then it'll lead to endless troubles. Ouyang Yanglai nodded fervently, that's just what I was thinking. That's why Dao Wu had to die, and Yang Kai had to be the one to kill him. That way, the human race wouldn't bear animosity towards the divine spirits even after the fact. Ouyang Yanglai slapped his thigh, that brat takes after Big Head Xiong and Big Head Emma. From now on, I'll call him Big Head Yang. He turned around and eyed Gong Lian, who was right behind him, and admonished him sternly, you should learn from your senior brother Yang. Don't rush into the battlefield like a fool, use your brain more often. Gong Lian was so exasperated he could only feel tired. I'm not the one who rushes into the battlefield like a fool, that would be you, honored master. Also, when did Yang Kai become senior brother Yang to me? He's a lot younger than me. Well, he's stronger than me now, so I guess it's not wrong to call him senior brother. Naturally, Gong Lian dared not refute Ouyang Yanglai aloud. Yes, this disciple will remember, thus, he just respectfully replied. After telling off his disciple, Ouyang Yanglai began discussing with Wei Junyang, I don't mind if Yang Kai becomes the army commander here, but I'm not sure how Old Fei and the others will feel about this. Wei Junyang chuckled and said, what's there for them to think or feel about it? The old ancestors are tied up in wind mist territory and can't leave, and all the battlefields lack capable people who can take charge and be the pillar for others. Yang Kai is powerful and has an enormous small stone race army with him. If he assumes command over profound nether territory, then he will be the rock that everyone can depend on. Old Fei and the others would want nothing more than that. That's true. Ouyang Yanglai imagined what the situation at profound nether territory would be like in the future and grinned, it's decided, then. Let Yang Kai be in charge of profound nether territory. We'll be his subordinates and run his errands for him. He did not care about prestige or glory. Even though Yang Kai was younger than him, he believed that the profound nether army would be blessed to have Yang Kai as their commander. Out of the blue though, a thought occurred to him, would Yang Kai be willing to take up the role? He will, Wei Junyang declared with full confidence, and even if he isn't, he will have to. Aboard the warship made from Bai Shi's soul clone, young Kai closed his eyes and focused on recuperating while Su Yang and the others gathered around him as they did the same. In reality, if young Kai heard Wei Junyang's analysis about appeasing the human race army and mending the rift between the humans and the divine spirits, his response would have been simple: "What the hell are you talking about?" He did what he did without considering anything else. He executed Dao Wu simply because the latter disobeyed orders. In young Kai's mind, it was all very straightforward. I brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary to help us kill off our enemies, so why would I keep you around if you don't put in the effort to do just that? Of course, he did mean for it to serve as a warning to the rest of the divine spirits, and he was fairly certain that they would not have the courage to behave impudently again. Right now, however, young Kai was facing a far more difficult challenge. Even though he was focusing on his recovery, he could sense that Yu Meng was glaring at him. Yu Meng, your beloved husband is truly injured. In total, young Kai used 4 soul-rending thorn in quick succession, and his soul was heavily damaged. Thankfully, it had not been 4 times in a row, as there had been a short break before the last one was unleashed. He was fairly certain he would be unconscious right now if he had used those 4 soul-rending thorn all at once. While young Kai had the soul-warming lotus, which meant that the core of his soul would not be affected, ripping out 4 large pieces of it within a few days was by no means easy. It would take him quite some time to recover. Yu Meng needs to be taught a lesson. Young Kai fumed to himself, swearing to spend many long, arduous nights with her doing just that once he recovered. The human race army was busy tending to their wounds and other cleanup tasks after the battle. Though the profound Nether army suffered significant casualties in this battle, the Black Ink clan did not have it any better. After such an intense battle like this one, it was likely that profound Nether territory would experience a long period of calm. If nothing unexpected occurred, then it was unlikely that a huge battle would break out for many years, though smaller skirmishes were inevitable. This was not only true of profound Nether territory, but also of all the other Great Territory battlefields. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5527, Song Shan's Arrival. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and young Kai's condition had stabilized. Though the injury to his soul hadn't fully healed, he had the soul-warming lotus continuously nourishing it, so all that was required was time. He had used soul-rending thorns many times by now and was used to getting injured in this fashion. Moreover, after having torn apart his soul countless times, his soul had become more robust and resilient than before. When he thought about it, this was something that happened often because the path of martial Dao usually followed the principle of tribulation before success, so the process of constantly tearing apart his soul and restoring it could be considered a type of cultivation. It was just that such a cultivation method wasn't widely usable by others. At this moment, young Kai was summoning purifying light and sealing it into a purifying black ink battleship. Now, all the battlefields were strained because there were a large number of troops but limited logistical resources. When fighting against the Black Ink clan, the first hurdle the humans had to cross was the corruption of Black Ink strength. Purifying Black Ink pills could solve the greater half of that issue. However, with over a dozen battlefields and more than 10 million troops almost constantly engaged in battle, there was a huge demand for purifying Black Ink pills. Even after gathering all the alchemists in the 3,000 worlds and having them work without rest, there still weren't enough pills to satisfy the demand. Without purifying Black Ink pills to suppress the corruption of Black Ink strength, soldiers wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting the Black Ink clan and would lose about 30% of their combat efficacy. Back when they were on the Black Ink battlefield, the soldiers from all great passes had purifying light, but after so many years of battle, the purifying light from all those great passes had been depleted. Fortunately, young Kai had returned, and there was an abundance of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe, so they could have as much purifying light as they wanted. Moreover, young Kai was no longer the only one who could use purifying light, Sun Yang could as well. In the chaotic dead territory, young Kai asked Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan to bestow him more great sun and moon marks because he was preparing for this moment. Previously, he was the only one who could summon purifying light, which was very inefficient, but now that Sun Yang also had the great sun and moon marks embedded on the back of her hands, she could help Yang Kai share the burden, so summoning purifying light had become less stressful. Not only that, but Yang Kai was preparing to pass out the remaining 9 sets of marks because once that was done, almost all the battlefields would have someone who could summon purifying light, which could greatly relieve the pressure the human race was facing. Of course, if one wanted to take on the great sun and moon marks, one had to have a divine spirit source and bloodline. The source strength from the burning light and serene glimmer was too powerful, making it impossible for those without bloodline ties to them to withstand, so only divine spirits could accept the 2 marks. Yang Kai had let Wei Junyang relay this message to the Supreme Headquarters. There were now more than a dozen battlefields, so the 9 remaining marks naturally couldn't be distributed evenly among them. As for how to allocate these personnel, that was a problem the Supreme Headquarters had to solve. After a long period of being constantly busy, Yang Kai finally had some time to rest. Since Yang Kai was now proficient in many grand daos, whether it be alchemy, artifact refining, or arrays, he had some attainments in all of them. As the saying goes, those who were able could do more, so he naturally wouldn't have time to rest. Today, Yang Kai was repairing a warship when a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flew over and landed in front of him before cupping his fist and said, "Sir, someone from the Supreme Headquarters has arrived. Senior Wei and Senior Ou Yang have asked that you head over there and join the discussion." "Why do I need to head over there?" Yang Kai was a little taken aback. Though he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and could count as a division commander, he hadn't received any official appointment from the higher-ups, so he was still quite free. However, Wei Junyang and the others asked him to head over to join their discussion, which meant they might have something planned for him. Yang Kai knew that very well because 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were now the mainstay of the human race, so each 8th Order Master had to take on a leadership role. The main reason Yang Kai was reluctant to go over was that he felt he had the strength and ability but needed more experience, so if he was officially appointed as a division commander, it would be very stressful for him. Moreover, he still had something important he needed to do. If he were appointed as a commander, he might not have much time to do that. Cough. Cough. Yang Kai covered his chest and coughed a few times before speaking with a pale face. "Go back and tell Senior Brother Wei that my injuries have worsened, so I have returned to rest." While saying so, he didn't even bother about repairing the warship and turned around to leave in the direction of his temporary accommodations. Having just reunited with his many wives, Yang Kai had many things to say to them, so Yu Meng and the others had transformed a small universe fragment near the front lines into a temporary palace. No one had said anything about their actions either. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master let out a bitter laugh before dashing over and stopping Yang Kai in his path. He bowed and said, "Sir, it's an order from the higher-ups, so please don't make things difficult for me." Meanwhile, he was thinking, could this sir have discovered something? Otherwise, why is he trying to flee? With a bitter expression, Yang Kai persuaded the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "I'm not making things difficult for you. My injuries have indeed gotten worse." Saying so, he coughed a few more times and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was speechless. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? But seeing that Yang Kai had gone to such lengths to avoid going there, he couldn't say anything else. Just as he was about to leave, a majestic voice boomed from the main conference hall, "Smelly brat, get your ass over here." Stunned, Yang Kai looked at the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and asked, "Who is the person that came from the Supreme Headquarters?" With a slight smile, the 7th Order Master replied, "It's Senior Slong Shan who personally came over." Yang Kai felt frustrated. Damn big head Slong. Can't that bastard stay at the Supreme Headquarters to just oversee everything? Why come all the way here? While he was complaining inside, his pale face gradually returned to normal as he sighed and beckoned to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, "Come on, let's go." Since Big Head Slong has arrived, I should at least give him some face. Thus, young Kai decided that he would go over, but would only listen and not make any comments during the discussion. After all, his goal was to have freedom, so they should just forget about appointing him to a post in the army. If I had known this would happen, I would have returned to the star boundary for a visit because little senior sister is still there. Sir, please. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master gestured with a smile. His expression was obviously implying, why waste all the effort playing sick when you could have just complied? Soon, young Kai arrived before the main conference hall and looked up at its entrance. This main conference hall was also temporarily built, so it didn't have any strong defensive abilities. After all, they were at the front lines and might have to face an attack from the Black Ink clan at any moment. There was no telling when this front line would be broken through, so building a sturdy conference hall was unnecessary. This conference hall was built so that the higher-ups had a place to hold discussions, so even a tent would do. Senior Brother Young. A familiar voice sounded from beside young Kai, so he turned to look over and saw that it was indeed someone he knew. Or, to be more precise, a divine spirit he knew. It was Ji Lao-san from the Dragon Clan. This guy had stopped young Kai in front of the no-return pass, but was then humiliatingly defeated. However, since young Kai's disappearance after saving him, Ji Lao-san no longer held a grudge against young Kai. Now, Ji Lao-san greatly admired young Kai, but his admiration had nothing to do with young Kai's life-saving grace, because after spending some time with young Kai, Ji Lao-san had seen young Kai's full abilities. Not only was Ji Lao-san there, but there were also 8 other figures, of which all looked quite familiar. Amongst them was a colorful robed young woman who was squinting her eyes at young Kai, making her look quite playful. Hoang Sai Niang. The one from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass. She was the one who gave young Kai one of her tail feathers. Standing beside Hoang Sai Niang was the stern-looking Feng Liu Lang. It seemed these two were inseparable and went everywhere together. However, young Kai didn't know if they were a real couple. All 9 of these familiar faces were divine spirits. More importantly, most of them were from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having understood the situation, young Kai knew that the Supreme Headquarters had chosen the divine spirits who would be receiving the Great Sun and Moon marks. Also, it seemed like Srong Shan coming here personally might have something to do with this as well. These divine spirits did not join the humans in the conference hall but chose to wait outside. Brother Ji. Young Kai bowed and then proceeded to greet Hoang Sai Niang and Feng Liu Lang. Since he was unfamiliar with most of the other divine spirits, he only nodded at them as a greeting. It seemed like the divine spirits also knew why they came, so they were naturally polite to young Kai. After exchanging some formalities, young Kai asked, Brother Ji, how are Senior Fu Guang's injuries? There were originally 2 divine dragons in the Dragon Clan, but the current Dragon Clan leader had died in the battle on the Barren Territory, so only Fu Guang was left. Now, not only was Fu Guang the pillar of the Dragon Clan, but he was also the leader of all divine spirits. Young Kai had long since heard that Fu Guang was injured, but he didn't know how serious his condition was. Hearing that, Ji Lao-san sighed. After the battle in the Barren Territory, our clan leader died in battle while Senior Fu Guang sustained heavy injuries and almost didn't make it. He has been restoring his health all these years, but at his level of strength, it is just as hard to heal as it is to be hurt. Young Kai nodded. It was true that cultivators with great strength were not afraid of minor injuries, but if they sustained heavy injuries, it would be even more difficult for them to restore their health. Moreover, judging by Ji Lao-san's words, it seemed like Fu Guang was injured by the Black Ink giant spirit god and almost didn't survive. Is he recuperating inside the dragon pool? Young Kai asked. Ji Lao-san nodded. The dragon pool was the origin of the Dragon Clan, so it wasn't strange for Fu Guang to be restoring himself in there. Back in the day, the divine spirits that came from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were causing so much chaos in the star boundary that it actually alerted Fu Guang. In the end, Fu Guang came forward and deterred them from making trouble, which made the divine spirits from the grand ancient ruin boundary quiet down. Otherwise, those divine spirits would have stayed in the star boundary and continued to cause chaos. Although the human race now had Fu Guang as one of their strongest masters, they wouldn't disturb him unless it was the last resort. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai could only sigh as he couldn't do anything to help. Turning to look at Huang Xiniang, he took out a tail feather that had lost all spirituality. "Many thanks for giving me this tail feather, Xiniang. It has now returned to its owner." Huang Xiniang chuckled. "I, too, wanted to take a look at the view outside, so there's no need to thank me." While saying that, she reached out and took the tail feather. The Dragon and Phoenix clans took a bloodline great oath, so they couldn't easily leave the no-return pass. When Huang Xiniang took advantage of a bet with Feng Liu Lang to give Yang Kai her tail feather, which in truth was a type of soul clone, she did so with the thought of wanting to head outside the Great Pass and take a look at the scenery. But now that the no-return pass had been lost, the Dragon and Phoenix clans no longer had to abide by their oath anymore. The two clans had mixed feelings about the no-return pass because they had been guarding it for eons and now saw it as their home. However, the no-return pass was also a cage to them. Though they wanted to leave the no-return pass, they didn't want to be forced out in such a way. Sooner or later, they would storm in and snatch the no-return pass back from the Black Ink clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-28, Enormous Announcement. It was all laughs at the entrance of the main conference hall. Whether they were people Yang Kai knew or not, they all swarmed over to talk to him. This couldn't be helped, because they all knew the reason they were gathered here. Yang Kai had received 9 pairs of marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer and was about to give them out, so now they owed Yang Kai. Moreover, the divine spirits were guessing that the source marks from the Burning Light and Serene Glimmer might not only allow them to summon purifying light, but it might also have the effect of purifying their bloodline. Before today, the divine spirits had gone through a selective trial because of the matter of who would receive the marks. In the end, it was these 9 who prevailed. "Stop chattering. Yang Kai, get inside." Song Shan's voice came from the main hall, obviously knowing why Yang Kai was staying outside with no intentions of coming in. With a bitter laugh, Yang Kai cupped his fist at the divine spirits and announced, "Let's continue our conversation another day. Please make yourselves comfortable." The divine spirits didn't object. When Yang Kai stepped inside the main hall, he felt several dozen pairs of eyes instantly fall on him and look at him as if he was some kind of strange being. Inside the main hall were all 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, with no exceptions. There were a few that Yang Kai recognized, but more that he didn't. Sitting upright at the end of the table was Song Shan. Yang Kai didn't feel nervous, because he was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master too, and all of them might not be his match when it came to strength, except for Song Shan. He didn't know how strong Song Shan was because they had never fought each other, but Big Head Song had climbed back up after having fallen once, so his ability might have increased even more. He could be considered one of the most powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alive today. While facing the crowd, Yang Kai cupped his fist and greeted, "Junior Yang Kai greets seniors." "That's right. I'm just a junior with abilities but no experience, so I can't take up any huge responsibilities." His intentions naturally couldn't escape Song Shan's eyes. Big Head Song looked at him with a faint smile but didn't make any comments. Instead, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters burst out laughing, "Junior brother, you're too modest. You are now also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and have the same cultivation as all of us, so you shouldn't be referring to us as your seniors, but as fellow brothers." Another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master nodded before adding, "We cultivators only care about strength, not age, unless you're from the same sect, that is. But since you've already reached the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm at such a young age and even recently killed 3 innate territory lords at once, I'm sure you're going to have a very promising future. Not bad for a person so young. We older ones have high hopes for you." Following that was a wave of compliments from everywhere. The only words that weren't said were that Yang Kai was the future of the entire human race. Yang Kai felt defeated and looked at Song Shan grimly. He wouldn't believe it if someone said Song Shan hadn't colluded with these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to do this. This group of 8th Order Masters had even begun spouting utter nonsense, so it was obvious that they had some kind of hidden intentions. At that point, Yang Kai felt even more stressed. After secretly sighing, he knew he couldn't go against so many of them, so he complied and cupped his fist. "Senior brothers, you are all too kind. It was just pure luck, so I can't accept your praise. Let's continue exchanging pleasantries later. Yang Kai, find a seat and sit down." It was then that the crowd stopped chattering. Yang Kai looked around the room and saw Ouyang Yanglai beckoning him over, so he immediately went and sat beside him. Today was just another ordinary meeting between human race higher-ups. With over a dozen battlefields, the masters at the Supreme Headquarters would personally head over to each battlefield and gather intel from time to time. When Profound Nether territory was almost lost, the higher-ups at the Supreme Headquarters didn't dare take the situation lightly. Moreover, Song Shan personally coming here also had a sliver of such meaning. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here were the mainstays of the Profound Nether Army, who were responsible for guarding this place. Therefore, they knew the Black Ink clan in the Profound Nether territory very well. So now, they would proceed with reporting to Song Shan about the situation on the battlefield. As time passed, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters took turns giving their reports, and Yang Kai now knew more about the situation in Profound Nether territory. However, what shocked him the most was that these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely detailed, including how many battles each army had gone through, how many enemies were killed, how many casualties they had, how many troops they had left, and where they had placed arrays and other arrangements. Yang Kai felt curious. Shouldn't these basic details already be known? Why do they need to report such trivial things to Song Shan? Turning his head to look at Song Shan, Yang Kai found him sitting upright while seriously listening to every word while nodding occasionally. The human race needed leaders like Song Shan to be able to band together when fighting against the Black Ink clan. Although Yang Kai had decided to only listen but not speak, it turned out that there weren't many opportunities for him to get in a word. He had recently arrived at Profound Nether territory, where he would either spend time at the palace fooling around with his wives, casting purifying light, fixing warships, or patching up spirit arrays. There was indeed not much for him to say, as he was fairly ignorant of the general situation. There was an infinite joy in the activities done inside the bedroom. After spending over 1,000 years in celibacy on the Black Ink battlefield, 5,000 if the years in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon were counted, Yang Kai felt as though he had finally been set free and returned to the time when he could do whatever he wanted. All his wives were constantly blushing every day, and Yu Meng wouldn't lose her temper that much anymore, behaving in a gentle and considerate manner most of the time. Yang Kai, do you have anything to add? Song Shan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Waking up from his thoughts, Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. No. If so, why are you smiling so happily? Song Shan frowned. Yang Kai coughed lightly. I was just thinking about something interesting. Feeling awkward, he gestured towards the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was currently speaking. Senior brothers, please continue. Has Big Head Strong come all the way here just to make things difficult for me? Can't I even smile discreetly? The conference continued, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters narrated the comprehensive situation in Profound Nether territory. Half a day passed just like that, and the report on matters in Profound Nether territory had finally ended. The group of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt like their mouths had dried up from all the talking. It was then that Song Shan nodded and looked towards Yang Kai. Have you understood the situation in Profound Nether territory? Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Why is he asking me that? But he still nodded, yes. Very good. Song-shan got up and took a step forward before he boomed, "Star boundaries Yang Kai, come forward and receive your orders." Stunned, Yang Kai froze, so Oyu Yang Lai yanked him to his feet and kicked his butt, causing Yang Kai to stumble forward. When he looked up and saw Song-shan's stern face, he felt his heart sink as he cupped his fist and quickly said, "Sir." While looking at him, Song-shan quickly said, "Previously, during the critical battle of Profound Nether Territory, Yang Kai killed 3 innate territory lords on his own and turned the tide of war, successfully saving Profound Nether Territory from its end, making a huge contribution to the human race. In the following battles with the Black Ink clan, he led the charge in every battle and killed numerous enemies, which has won him many military merits and demonstrated the spirit our human race must follow to obtain victory in his war. Therefore, the Supreme Headquarters has decided to appoint Yang Kai as Profound Nether Army's army commander. From now on, he will command the Profound Nether Army and stand guard over Profound Nether Territory to defend it against the Black Ink clan." Yang Kai was shocked and gawked at Song-shan with a blank expression, seemingly wanting to see if the latter was pulling a bad prank on him. Back when Yang Kai received Song-shan's order to attend the conference between Profound Nether Army higher-ups, he had already mentally prepared himself, thinking that he was about to be assigned some formal posting. After all, he was also an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and according to the rules, he was capable of assuming the rank of Division Commander. He was thinking of a way to get out of it despite knowing that the chances of that happening were slim, and he had almost accepted his fate and thought if he were appointed as a Division Commander, he could accept it. It was better to have subordinates than to fight alone after all. However, he never expected that Song-shan would make such an enormous announcement. The Profound Nether Army Commander was the person responsible for overseeing the entire Profound Nether Territory. It was a position completely incomparable to the trivial post of Division Commander. If Yang Kai accepted the position of Army Commander, all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters sitting here would become his subordinates. Moreover, Profound Nether Territory now had about 600,000 human soldiers, a number that would increase in the future. How could Song-shan just leave all of them to him? No, it wasn't Song-shan making this decision. Yang Kai turned to look at both his sides of the room and saw the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters smiling as they looked at him, especially Oyu Yang Lai, who was even winking like he was doing him some big favor. This was the decision made by all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Profound Nether Army. Without agreement from the ones actually leading the Profound Nether Army, it would be impossible for the Supreme Headquarters to implement such orders. It seemed like Wei Junyang and the other 8th Order Masters had long since agreed to let a Yang Kai become the army commander of the Profound Nether Army. At this moment, Yang Kai had no words to describe what he was feeling. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, the highest post he held was squad leader. He had never even experienced being a battalion commander, much less a division commander, but now, he was suddenly promoted to army commander. The difference was too big to fathom. It now made sense why the 8th Order Masters here were being so detailed with their reports. Those matters weren't for Song-shan to hear, they were for him. They knew that Yang Kai had just arrived in Profound Nether Territory and wasn't that knowledgeable about the army situation, so they used this chance to tell him in detail. This was clearly a premeditated plot. Song-shan using this chance to come here and appoint Yang Kai as army commander might be the real reason for his visit, while everything else was secondary. Bunch of old foxes. Never would Yang Kai have expected that all these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had kept him in the dark about this until the moment they sprung the trap. He was already a little reluctant to take up the position of Division Commander, but now he thought being a Division Commander seemed quite reasonable. Compared to overseeing the entire army, looking after a mere division seemed like a breeze. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's head before he quickly declined, "Sir, this junior is still young and has insufficient experience. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army is a critical position, and I'm afraid I might not be able to handle it, so please choose someone else, sir." Song-shan replied calmly, "Although you're still young and inexperienced, no one can compare to you in regards to military merits. What's more, you have all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master here today to support you, so what's there to worry about? Unless you're unwilling to take up this role. That was indeed what young Kai was thinking, and he immediately nodded. Sir, please understand. This junior is unwilling to accept this position, and he does not dare to accept it. Once he became the army commander of the Profound Nether Army, he would have to stay in Profound Nether territory for a very long time, possibly until the war here was settled. He felt that his talent wasn't in leading an army or in devising battle tactics. His talent was in killing Black Ink clansmen and relieving the pressure on the human race. That was something Song Shan knew, so why was he so insistent on having young Kai become the army commander? Frowning, Song Shan asked, "Are you really unwilling to accept this position?" "Yes." Young Kai nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice while looking at Song Shan with sincere eyes. With a light sigh, Song Shan said, "You can't force someone to do what they are unwilling to do. If you're unwilling to take up that position, I won't make things difficult for you. As for the Profound Nether Army, the Supreme Headquarters will have another discussion about it." Young Kai cheered, "So is wise. Why have I never noticed how easy Big Head Strong is to speak with?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-29, Do your consciences not hurt at all? Report. Following a shout, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm soldier ran into the main hall and cupped his fist at Song Shan. The Black Ink Clan army has been sighted advancing from 10 million kilometers outside the Eastern Front. They appear to be rallying for another attack. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be anyone barging into the higher-ups conference, but an urgent military situation was an exception. Obviously, the Black Ink Clan on the Eastern Front pressing in on them was an urgent military situation. Bold! Wei Junyang bellowed, "Those Black Ink clansmen must be courting death." While he spoke, he exuded his majestic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Ouyang Yanglai also exclaimed, "It seems like they haven't learnt their lesson yet." Not only were these two cursing the Black Ink Clan, but the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all joined in, causing the main conference hall to instantly fill with all kinds of voices. Meanwhile, young Kai frowned. What is the Black Ink Clan up to? They have just lost a major battle and 3 territory lords. How could they come back for another attack after such a short amount of time? Looking back at the 7th Order soldier who came to report the news, young Kai could see that he was from Great Battle Heaven because he was wearing distinctive golden armor. Undried blood still marred his armor, which seemed to indicate that he was injured. What caught young Kai's attention, though, was that the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Profound Nether Army were too calm. Since the Black Ink Clan army are rallying to attack, shouldn't they be discussing a plan of action and dispatching troops to consolidate the Eastern Front? It's highly improper of them to just be acting loud and rowdy at this moment. While he was lost in such thought, one of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters came forward and cupped his fist to Song Shan before saying, "Sir Xiong, I request permission to fight off the enemy." Song Shan nodded lightly. "It's rare for you, Division Commander Chen, to be so eager to fight. You have my permission. How many troops are you preparing to bring with you?" Division Commander Chen answered proudly, "I don't need much. A single division will suffice." Then, Song Shan warned sternly, "The war between the two races is not child's play." After coldly snorting, Division Commander Chen replied, "It's just a motley group of weak Black Ink clansmen. What's there to be afraid of? If we don't deter the enemy, this Chen will offer his head up to you." "Good." Song Shan nodded unceasingly to show his approval. "Although we humans are at a disadvantage, we do not lack the thirst for blood and bravery. Division Commander Chen is still so enthusiastic at such an old age. You are a role model to all of us. Therefore, I'll permit." "Wait a moment." Young Kai hurriedly interjected. He was beyond shocked as he listened to this conversation. In such an urgent situation, you old 8th Order Masters made a snap decision just like that, and Song Shan actually agreed to it. What about the difference between the enemy's army and ours? What about the number of enemies coming over? With such a lack of information, how could you reach a decision so quickly? More importantly, Yang Kai knew Division Commander Chen personally. In regards to age, he was one of the eldest 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but when it came to power, he wasn't the strongest and would not stand a chance against an innate territory lord. Under such circumstances, how could this old man have the confidence to say he would only bring a single division out to fight the enemy? Was he just bluffing? However, the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters showed no signs of wanting to stop him. Yang Kai, do you have something to say? Song Shan turned around to look at Yang Kai. Feeling his head pulsing, Yang Kai cupped his fist and suggested, Senior Song, if I remember correctly, the number of soldiers in a single division of the Profound Nether Army is about 20,000, right? 20,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters was no small number. One had to know that back at the Black Ink battlefield, a division only had 500 to 600 troops. However, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield were 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above. The Profound Nether Army even had soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm, so when comparing the two types of divisions, although 20,000 soldiers was a lot more than 500, the overall difference in strength wasn't that large. Indeed, Division Commander Chen nodded, my division now has 23,651 soldiers enlisted in it. Though the old man was up there in age, his memory had not deteriorated and he knew his troops like the back of his hand. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai looked at him and asked, do you know how many troops the Black Ink clan has brought over to attack us? Division Commander Chen snorted coldly, who cares how many troops they have? We will kill them all. Once he said that, he didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before cupping his fist to Song Shan and announcing, Sir, this Chen will be off then. This mission to defend our homeland will either end with victory or us dying in battle. If the situation comes to that, I would have to trouble all of you to help us gather our corpses. Nodding, Song Shan promised, we won't let our soldiers' corpses rot in the wilderness. Division Commander Chen, please wait. Yang Kai shouted again. He couldn't let Division Commander Chen run away because the squad his wives were in just happened to be under Division Commander Chen's jurisdiction. It wouldn't matter to Yang Kai if Division Commander Chen decided to deploy in force to push back the enemy, but if he was going with his division alone, Yu Meng, Su Yang, and the others would get dispatched too. Yang Kai, how dare you continuously interrupt us when we're discussing sending troops to defend our front lines? Are you trying to disrupt military order? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he quickly cupped his fist, I dare not do such a thing. But what? Song Shan looked at him coldly. But something isn't right here. Yang Kai looked at Song Shan and then at the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him. What he saw was Wei Junyang looking up at the sky as if nothing concerned him, while Ouyang Yanglai was looking down at the floor as if a flower was growing between his feet. Meanwhile, the other 8th Order Masters were either huddled together and discussing something or sitting there calmly with their eyes closed as if everything was under control. At that moment, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter, so, this is how it is. He knew these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had all fought in no less than 1,000 battles, so there was no way they would act this foolishly under normal circumstances. Even if Division Commander Chen was a reckless glory seeker, it was impossible for the rest of them to just let him race off to his death. Moreover, Song Shan was a man with incredible tactical insight. The strategy he came up with to reclaim Great Evolution Pass, and the skill with which he executed it were both extremely shocking, so it was impossible for him to immediately agree when Division Commander Chen asked to lead a single division off into battle with no idea about the enemy's composition. If he did, he wouldn't be Song Shan, but someone like Ouyang Yanglai. After sighing, Yang Kai explained, Senior brothers, you have all lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Do your consciences not hurt at all, working together to trick a junior like me? Snorting, Division Commander Chen insisted, Junior brother, whatever do you mean? I'm getting on in years, and my mind is not quite what it used to be. Please speak plainly. Yang Kai gave him a sorrowful look. You're clearly the most enthusiastic one in this plan. Meanwhile, Song Shan still had the same cold expression. Speak up if you have something you want to say. Stop wasting time with all this nonsense. Haven't I made myself clear enough? It's you old farts that are playing dumb. I guess it's true when they say the older a person, the more cunning they are. Judging from this situation, the Eastern Front probably isn't under threat at all. It's only been about 10 days since the Black Ink clan suffered serious losses. They wouldn't dare launch a full offensive so soon. This was all just a big show. The 8th Order masters in this room and even the 7th Order soldier who came to deliver the report were all in on this matter. They were acting out a play with Yang Kai as the only audience member. These old farts are obviously trying to force me to do something I'm incapable of. It's a fake emergency this time, but what about next time? If there really is a next time, this division commander Chen will definitely lead his division to charge the enemy. Yang Kai sighed internally. It seemed he couldn't avoid this matter. While he was lost in his thoughts, the 7th Order soldier shouted again in a voice filled with grief and anger, Sirs, this situation is urgent. Please come to a decision as soon as possible, otherwise, the Eastern Front might not be able to hold a ***. Cough. Star. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, seeming to be heavily injured. Really? Really? Yang Kai glanced at the soldier who was looking straight ahead and had a pale complexion and a depressed aura. Song Shan glared and muttered, Yang Kai, stand down. Since you don't want to be appointed as the army commander, you have no right to speak here. Division Commander Chen, head back and lead your division to reinforce the Eastern Front. If you cannot defeat the enemy, I'll head over there and behead you myself. While cupping his fist, Division Commander Chen replied, This Chen accepts the order. We will not let you down. After that, he turned around and strode towards the door, but he still stared into Yang Kai's eyes, seeming to say, If you don't speak up, this old master will really lead my force into battle. It doesn't matter if there were no enemies at the Eastern Front this time, because there were enemies in the Black Ink clan's camp. Are you afraid now? How could this junior be qualified for this? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. However, he was honestly quite touched inside. All these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had worked together with Song Shan to act out such a performance for him just so that he would take up the position of the Profound Nether Army's army commander. This was a kind of wholehearted trust that was rare to see. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai cupped his fist and boomed, Since all of you senior brothers think so highly of me, this junior is willing to take up the position of army commander and guard Profound Nether territory. This junior will risk his life to make sure Profound Nether territory is never lost. So you've changed your mind? Song Shan's lips curled up ever so slightly as he teased. While looking at him with a blank stare, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Do I have a choice? Old Man Chen is halfway out of the main conference hall, so if I don't change my mind, he will really leave. His leaving is not that concerning, but my wives will definitely have to follow him to the battlefield. Then, Song Shan stopped playing with him and spoke sternly, Overseeing Profound Nether territory is a very heavy task. If this territory is lost on your watch, you'll be punished according to military law. Understood? Yang Kai, receive your orders. Song Shan roared before taking out a token. The Supreme Headquarters hereby appoints Yang Kai as Army Commander of the Profound Nether Army. This is the Army Commander token. With this, you will assume full command of all soldiers in the Profound Nether Army. If anyone dares to disobey or rebel against you, they will be sentenced to death without exception. We accept the order. All the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters bowed in unison. Yang Kai accepts the order. Yang Kai came forward and raised both hands to receive the Profound Nether Army's Army Commander token, which suddenly felt quite heavy. This wasn't just a token, it was a physical representation of the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers that were being entrusted to him. At that moment, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have changed and become even more profound and mysterious. Noticing this, Zhongshan watched with amazement as the words "heavens will" appeared in his head. "Greetings, Army Commander." Wei Junyang chuckled and cupped his fist before bowing. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters copied him and did the same. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very harmonious. Division Commander Chen ran back as well and no longer shouted about racing off to kill the enemy. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't take what happened just now to heart and exchanged pleasantries with the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. He would be overseeing profound nether territory in the future, so he would need these old foxes' help. "Report!" Another Seventh Order soldier dashed into the main hall and cupped his fist. "Sirs, there is news from the Eastern Front. The Black Ink Clan army has retreated. It seems like their previous actions were just a feint. There is no imminent attack." Nodding, Zhongshan replied, "It's good that the Black Ink Clan has retreated. Division Commander Chen, you may take a rest as well." Division Commander Chen laughed. The Black Ink Clan retreated before the news about junior brother Yang taking up the position as Army Commander was released. It seems like the heavens are siding with us today. The group of Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all nodded in agreement. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Were these old farts still acting even now? They even organized this kind of closing scene to their play. It seemed they really made a full and detailed plan for today. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5530, Profound Nether Army's Army Commander. Thinking back to the time when they gathered at Azure Void Pass to form the Great Evolution Army, Zhongshan and Liu Zhiping were appointed as Great Evolution's Eastern and Western Army commanders. On that same day, many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were appointed as division commanders and accepted with great solemnity. Back then, Yang Kai was just a Seventh Order squad leader. Never had he imagined he would someday hold the army commander token like today, so he couldn't help but sigh internally. Being an army commander wasn't just any duty, it was a responsibility to become the central pillar for an army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Can I do it? Yang Kai didn't know the answer to that question, but since things had already come to this point, he could only give it his all and do his best. From today onwards, his every decision will affect hundreds of thousands of lives directly. I can't spend too long here. Besides the appointment of Profound Nether Army's army commander, there is one other thing I need to accomplish here. Zhongshan spoke up. Yang Kai put away the token and nodded. Please say it, senior brother. At first, he thought it was about the great sun and moon marks, but that was just a minor matter because he had already given one set of marks to Su Yang. Moreover, the 9 divine spirits outside were the ones who had been chosen to receive the marks, so all that was needed was to call them inside. He wasn't expecting Zhongshan to not talk about this matter but instead summoned his universe chart. Then, with a wave of his hand, a 3-dimensional virtual image appeared before everyone. Following that, Zhongshan moved his hand and pointed at a particular spot. A month ago, the Supreme Headquarters received intelligence that the cultivators from more than a dozen sects in the Acacia territory have been besieged by the Black Ink Clan and are facing a critical situation. If they don't get any reinforcement soon, they might not be able to hold out much longer. Wei Junyang frowned. Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Zhongshan nodded. The intelligence was brought to us by a few different roaming hunter teams, so its likely authenticity was deemed high. Afterwards, the Supreme Headquarters moved and confirmed it. Division Commander Chen raised an eyebrow. Is the Supreme Headquarters asking Profound Nether Territory to send out troops to rescue them? That's right. Zhongshan nodded. At first, there was no plan to have Profound Nether Territory carry out this mission, but all the other great territory battlefields are engaged in heated conflicts right now, so our side is at a disadvantage and can't dispatch troops for a rescue mission. However, Profound Nether Territory could be said to have won a great victory during the previous battle, so there should not be any large-scale battles here for the foreseeable future. Therefore, you are the ones most suited to attempt this rescue mission. While saying that, he looked at Yang Kai, junior brother. Now that you are the army commander, you will be responsible for planning and executing this mission. You must bring our trapped allies back safely. Yang Kai knew this was also a test to see how he would deal with such matters. Although the Supreme Headquarters had appointed him as the Profound Nether Army's army commander, they also knew that the talents he had shown were mostly in charging into battle and defeating the enemy. He had never shown much talent in things like strategy and tactics. This mission to rescue the humans trapped in Acacia territory was a chance to make a contribution and show off his talents. Therefore, he immediately cupped his fist. I have received the order. You can discuss this matter on your own. There is no need to report to the Supreme Headquarters about your plan before carrying it out, but there is one thing you must remember: you mustn't let Profound Nether Territory fall into the hands of the enemy. Zhong Shan enjoined them before shouting towards the entrance, "Enter." He then turned to look at Yang Kai. Previously, we've received news from Profound Nether Territory that you've received 9 sets of great sun and moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer. These are the 9 divine spirits the Supreme Headquarters chose to receive those marks. I'll leave them to you as well. Understood, senior brother. Later, Zhong Shan, Wei Junyang, and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters left the main conference hall while Ji Lao San and the other 8 divine spirits came in. It wasn't difficult to pass the 2 marks from the burning light and serene glimmer to them because they were just drops condensed from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's source strength. After the divine spirits received them, they only needed to slightly refine them to condense the great sun and moon marks. The 9 divine spirits only took about an hour to complete this process. Later, Yang Kai distributed the 9 space rings he had prepared beforehand to them, rings filled with yellow and blue crystals. With the 2 great marks and a large supply of yellow and blue crystals, there would no longer be a lack of purifying light on the various battlefields. This could also greatly lessen the pressure on the human race. It could also lessen the alchemist's burden, allowing them to put in more effort to refine other spirit pills. Purifying black ink pills weren't the only spirit pills the human race lacked. Open heaven pills for cultivation and healing pills for healing injuries were all in short supply. As for how these 9 divine spirits would be distributed to each front, that was for the Supreme Headquarters to figure out. Although there weren't enough divine spirits for each great territory battlefield, it might not be too much of a problem for 1 divine spirit to aid 2 neighboring battlefields and provide them with purifying light. Zhong Shan was waiting outside, so Yang Kai led the divine spirits out before seeing them off. Once they left, Yang Kai finally said, "Senior brothers and sisters, please enter the conference hall." The group of 8th Order Masters then returned to the main conference hall and sat down. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table and looked around. He saw all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had serious expressions on their faces as they looked straight ahead. Seeing that, Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Since all of you senior brothers and sisters think so highly of me and choose me to take up the position as army commander, I, as your junior brother, will not let all of you down." The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and Ouyang Yanglai slumped back into his chair and beamed. "Our generation of cultivators respects strength above all else. Since your fist is bigger, of course it's you who will take up the position of army commander, but you little junior brother, the most important issue you need to deal with now is the matter of Acacia territory. This is your first mission after your appointment, so you have to do it well." Wei Junyang added, "Indeed. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this mission, we must do our best to complete the task and not let the other battlefields look down on us." Nodding, Yang Kai replied, "Both senior brothers are right, but I've only recently returned from the outside. Though I have a basic understanding of Profound Nether Territory, I don't know much about the situation outside of Profound Nether Territory, so I still need you all to catch me up." Fei Yongzi looked at him. Junior brother Young, what would you like to know? Young Kai answered, according to what I know, after the war in the Barren Territory, the human race army retreated and broke up into many different teams to help the cultivators from the various great territories retreat and evacuate. However, that was a couple dozen years ago, so those who could evacuate should have already arrived. How could there still be humans left outside? Division Commander Chen sighed and replied, that's not a surprise because the purpose of evacuation back then was to let all the sects move to the nearest territory directly controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Afterwards, those cave heavens and paradises would have their masters escort those people to high heaven territory. However, the Black Ink clan moved too fast, so cultivators from a number of great territories could not evacuate in time and were surrounded by the enemy. We have suffered quite a significant number of casualties as a result. Young Kai nodded as he knew about such incidents as well. When the Black Ink clan invaded Swallowing Sea's territory, Young Kai was fortunately there to lend his assistance. If Young Kai hadn't appeared there at that moment, the cultivators from Swallowing Sea's territory wouldn't have been able to escape. In addition to those who failed to evacuate in time, others were ambushed along the way, which might be what had happened to the humans trapped in Acacia territory. When Young Kai heard this, he frowned, forgive my crassness, but if they were intercepted by the Black Ink clan over 20 years ago, they should all be dead by now. Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow, junior brother, are you thinking this might be a trap? Young Kai shook his head, perhaps the cultivators in Acacia territory found somewhere to hide all these years but have now been found by the Black Ink clan. Otherwise, they can't have held out until now. While he spoke, he used his fingers to tap on the armrest. What is strange is for word of this to have reached us. Theoretically, Acacia territory has been entirely conquered by the Black Ink clan, so if there were any humans left there, the Black Ink clan should have easily taken care of them, but of course, dragging on. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at the others below him, senior brothers and sisters. Do you think that the Black Ink clan are besieging a stronghold to strike at the reinforcements? Wei Junyang raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? Young Kai explained, the Black Ink clan should have been able to easily finish off the cultivators in Acacia territory, but haven't. It's obvious that they want to attract our side's attention, which led to today's events where Senior Brother Strong charged us with this matter. We won't be able to hide the profound Nether Army dispatching a large number of troops to the Acacia territory. The enemy is likely planning an ambush in Acacia territory. There should be multiple territory lords and a large army guarding that place. Once he said that, the other Eighth Order masters looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Wei Junyang turned to look at Ouyang Lai and teased, are you going to kill a territory lord, or are you going to call me a father? Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai retorted, you didn't win. What's more, it's just killing a territory lord. How difficult could that be? Wei Junyang chuckled, I'll take it as you choosing to kill a territory lord. Meanwhile, Young Kai was dumbfounded as he looked at the others below him, senior brothers, did I say something wrong? Division Commander Chen stroked his beard and chuckled, no, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that your performance shocked us. What do you mean? That answer made Young Kai even more confused. Also, what's up with Wei Junyang and Ouyang Lai? Why would they say something like calling the other father? Division Commander Chen explained, Junior brother, what you've just said is correct. There is a second-class great force, Acacia sect, in Acacia territory. During its founding, Acacia sect discovered a universe cave heaven left by an unknown Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master after their death, which Acacia sect obtained many benefits from. Didn't you say the cultivators in Acacia territory might have found a place to hide all these years? It's been surmised that they have been hiding inside that universe cave heaven and somehow managed to seal its entrance, which is why it remained safe until today. But their hiding spot has now been exposed, which is why they are now under siege. He continued, it's not that the Black Ink clan doesn't want to deal with them, but it isn't an easy task to break open a universe cave heaven's portal from the outside without appropriate skills. Of course, the Black Ink clan can still do it, but it will take them some time. Also, us receiving this news should also be the Black Ink Clan's doing. Junior brother, you were right when you said they were planning to strike at the reinforcements. However, their target is not the various armies from the Great Territory battlefields, but the roaming hunters who have snuck into their territory. A short pause later, he elaborated, there are many human masters that are either unwilling to be governed or are simply not used to functioning in an army and working with others, so they choose to become roaming hunters instead and sneak deep into the great territories that the Black Ink Clan controls. Over the years, the hunters have attacked and killed many Black Ink clansmen, and traces of them can be found in many great territories. There are indeed many Black Ink clansmen, but most of them are busy battling the human race army, so those roaming hunters take the chance to cause chaos behind the Black Ink clan's lines by destroying Black Ink nests and raiding their supply lines. The Black Ink clan is clearly frustrated with this, and besieging those in Acacia territory is a good opportunity to attract large numbers of hunters over. They want to clean up as many of them as possible with this one move. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5531, I'll head over there myself. It wasn't the first time Yang Kai had heard of hunters. They were human masters who didn't join the main army on the front lines for all sorts of reasons, and would instead form small groups or even act alone to sneak into the great territories that the Black Ink clan had taken over. Then, they would seek opportunities to do damage. Most of them were proud of their great strength or had some unruliness in their personalities, which was why they didn't like the strict regulations of the army. Hunters generally acted in very small numbers, so they lived dangerous lives where the threat of being wiped out was quite high. However, while the risks were high, the rewards were too. The favorite activity for hunters was destroying Black Ink nests. If they could bring back proof of them destroying a Black Ink nest to any of the Great Territory battlefields, they would receive a massive amount of military merits. Once they had military merits, they could use them to exchange for cultivation resources or other benefits. At this moment, there were quite a lot of hunters roaming around outside, and as time passed, even more cultivators joined them. Everyone had their own way of living, so if they dove into the great territories controlled by the Black Ink clan and caused chaos, it could still be considered contributing to the war effort. Therefore, not only didn't the Supreme Headquarters restrict such people, but they even richly rewarded the hunters whenever they succeeded. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's actions before coming here were the standard behavior of a hunter. Of course, what he accomplished was far beyond what any team of hunters could dream to achieve. He alone had caused chaos at the no-return pass and then retreated safely. That was a feat no other human could replicate. The hunters' actions were indeed dangerous as they were moving around the Black Ink clan's territory, after all. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would be targeted by many Black Ink clansmen and would have difficulty escaping. However, narrow escapes were not that frequent. Hunters weren't foolish enough to sacrifice their lives for nothing, so as long as they acted prudently, they would be able to steer clear of trouble. After that, it was simply a matter of luck whether they survived or not. Moreover, as Wei Junyang just mentioned, most of the powerful Black Ink clansmen were busy battling human race masters on the front lines, so there weren't many just sitting behind and guarding their territory. The Black Ink clan had taken over many great territories, but there were only so many innate territory lords. This meant that they couldn't guard every territory they had, making it possible for the hunters to sneak in and hit low-rank Black Ink nests before making their escape, never having to face any true masters. With fewer people, the hunters could more easily find places to hide after they achieved their objectives, which was why the Black Ink clan found it so hard to deal with them. Such situations enraged the Black Ink clan, which caused them to hate hunters to the core. Besieging the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory was a good chance for them to attract many hunters over. The Black Ink clan was planning to use this opportunity to wipe out the hidden dangers in their territory so that they could focus more of their attention on battling the main human force. After listening to Wei Junyang's explanation, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Senior brother Wei, have you known this since the beginning?" Wei Junyang smiled, "Junior brother, please forgive us. This was all Senior Brother Strong's plan and the final test given to you by the Supreme Headquarters. Feeling speechless, Yang Kai asked, "What would happen if I didn't realize all this?" Wei Junyang smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Strong hasn't gone far, and the news of appointing Junior Brother as army commander hasn't been announced to the army yet. In other words, if Yang Kai wasn't able to see the bigger picture and accurately assess the situation, Strong Shan might have returned to take back the army commander token. When Yang Kai heard that, he rolled his eyes. Fortunately, the news of my appointment has yet to be announced to the entire army. Although I'm young, I would like to keep some face. These old farts simply won't act their age. He didn't bother with these things though, because he understood that it was normal for these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to have some reservations. The army commander of the Profound Nether Army was an important and powerful position which could affect the direction of their future battles and the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the human race army, so of course, they would act cautiously. Moreover, there was also no fault in the Supreme Headquarters giving out a final test. In reality, the test was relatively simple, because anyone with half-decent intelligence could think of such things. Only a ruffian like Ou Yanglai wouldn't bother thinking things through like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai snuck a glance at Ou Yanglai, and as he had expected, the latter seemed to be lost in his thoughts, giving Yang Kai a sense of intellectual superiority. Wei Junyang then turned serious. Since Junior Brother Yang has seen through the Black Ink clan's intentions, it proves that we old folks have made the right choice. Still, the matter of Acacia territory needs to be dealt with as soon as possible, so please propose a plan of action. Yang Kai nodded. The other battlefields are in the midst of heavy fighting, so for now, only Profound Nether territory can send out troops. Since the Supreme Headquarters has entrusted us with this task, we must complete it perfectly. This was his first mission after he was appointed the Profound Nether Army's army commander, so it was of utmost importance for Yang Kai. Moreover, with a large number of humans still trapped outside, even if Yang Kai was still all on his own, he would have tried to find a way to save them. Senior brothers, do any of you have a plan in mind? Yang Kai glanced around. Kong Chengda quickly said, since the Black Ink clan intends to deal with the hunters, there must be at least a few territory lords hiding in Acacia territory. Although we don't have solid intelligence from the hunters, I suspect there to be between 3 and 5 territory lords lying in ambush. The hunters weren't weak, and though there weren't any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, 7th Order Masters weren't lacking. Feudal lords could defeat 7th Order Masters in greater numbers, but killing them was another matter. The Black Ink clan's only option was to have the territory lords move if they wanted this thing to be settled conclusively. 3 to 5 territory lords standing guard in Acacia territory could be said to be an extremely secure arrangement. Of course, the number might be different, but this estimate shouldn't be too far off. The arrangement of territory lords wasn't without consideration because the Black Ink clan needed a lot of territory lords to oversee the main battlefield in order to ensure that they had maintained the upper hand when fighting against the human race army. In addition, territory lords who were heavily injured after battling the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sent back to the no-return pass to sink into dormancy inside Black Ink nests to heal more rapidly. Therefore, although the number of territory lords on the whole exceeded the number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they had the upper hand when fighting against the human race army, the human race's situation hadn't worsened to the point where they didn't stand a chance against the enemy. Now that Yang Kai had brought back a huge amount of yellow and blue crystals and given out 10 great sun and moon marks, the human situation would only become better. Fei Yongzi spoke up, let's plan for the worst. If Acacia territory has 5 territory lords standing guard, we would have to dispatch 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if we want to rescue the trapped cultivators. 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? That wasn't a small number, especially when all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Profound Nether territory were overseeing important sections of the front lines and couldn't be easily transferred. However, only by dispatching 8 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could they be sure they could suppress 5 innate territory lords. Sending 8 was also a precaution against the enemy having deployed more than 5 territory lords. Though the mission to rescue the cultivators trapped in Acacia territory didn't seem difficult, it wasn't an easy mission to execute. Moreover, Yang Kai looked at the crowd of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around him and noticed that they each had varying degrees of injuries. The previous battle was only about 10 days ago, so these 8th Order Masters hadn't even gotten a chance to heal yet, which meant they could not exert their full strength at the moment. The territory lords in Profound Nether territory didn't fare much better, so they weren't a pressing concern, but the territory lords in Acacia territory would all be in peak condition. Wei Junyang was clear about this too, so he proposed, perhaps we can ask the divine spirits for help? In its current condition, it would be difficult for the Profound Nether army to carry out this rescue mission on its own, therefore, they could only ask others for help. Hearing this though, Yang Kai shook his head. The divine spirits might not be able to help us. Ouyang Yonglai frowned. How can you say that before trying? Yang Kai answered, if the divine spirits could help us, Senior Brother Srong would have told us beforehand, but since he didn't, that could only mean that the divine spirits are also all battling the enemy on the various battlefields. What's more, a few days ago, the Supreme Headquarters even dispatched the batch of divine spirits Dao Wu belonged to, which means that the other battlefields need extra help as well. If it weren't their last resort, the Supreme Headquarters wouldn't have sent the divine spirits from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Hence, even if the Profound Nether army asked for help, the Supreme Headquarters might not be able to mobilize any manpower for them. In contrast with the trapped cultivators in the Acacia territory, the Great Territory battlefields were more important at the moment. If the Supreme Headquarters had to make a choice, they would rather ensure the safety of the front lines rather than save those trapped cultivators. Makes sense, Wei Junyang nodded. At first, he thought it wouldn't be much of a difficult task to save those trapped cultivators in Acacia territory, but now that he thought more deeply about the situation, this matter was indeed a difficult task to complete. Instantly, they were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It seemed like the Supreme Headquarters had given Profound Nether territory a tough mission. Could this also be a test for Yang Kai after being appointed as an army commander? After everyone fell silent, Yang Kai stood up and announced with a determined expression, "I'll head over myself." The crowd of 8th Order Masters was shocked, and Fei Yongzi was taken aback. "Junior brother, are you really going to Acacia territory by yourself?" Yang Kai nodded. "We have no other options besides this." Profound Nether territory couldn't dispatch 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at once, and they couldn't ask the divine spirits for help, so after careful consideration, Yang Kai decided that acting alone was the best course of action. Kong Chengde quickly objected, "Junior brother, you can't. You're now the army commander of the Profound Nether army, so how could you risk your safety? Moreover, what will happen to Profound Nether territory after you leave?" This statement just made Yang Kai burst out laughing. "Senior brother Kong, your words are exaggerated. This junior brother has just been appointed to the Profound Nether army's army commander position, but before now, when have I not been roaming around the dangerous territories? Since I was able to safely cross those territories back then, why can't I do the same now? No matter how dangerous Acacia territory was, could it be any more dangerous than the no-return pass?" Yang Kai had safely returned from the very heart of the Black Ink clan's headquarters, so a trivial Acacia territory was nothing to him. Moreover, before I was appointed, senior brothers and sister have kept Profound Nether territory well organized, so there's no way that you all won't be able to do the same without me. The Black Ink clan here has just suffered a heavy defeat and lost 3 territory lords, so there won't be any huge battles in Profound Nether territory for at least a few years. Without giving them a chance to talk, Yang Kai concluded, "It's settled then. I will personally take a trip to Acacia territory, and once I leave, I must ask senior brothers and sister to guard Profound Nether territory. This is also the first order I issue after being appointed as army commander." Since he had put it that way, what could the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters possibly say? But after careful consideration, it did seem like Yang Kai personally moving was the best option they had. No longer trying to stop Yang Kai, Wei Junyang said, How many troops do you intend to bring, junior brother? Young Kai answered, I don't need too many. How about this? I'll bring the original members of Dawn. That should be enough. Marshall Peak, Chapter 55-32, Brains and Brawn. When the other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters saw Young Kai's enthusiastic state, they felt some lamentation and shame. They were lamenting because the younger generation was growing so fast. Though Young Kai was the only youngster with a high position now, others from his generation had begun showing their talents on the battlefield and would soon rise up. These juniors who had shown their brilliance on the battlefield were the future of the human race and were the reason the Ninth Order old ancestors sacrificed themselves to pave the way forward for them. As for why they felt ashamed, it was because these old fellows couldn't help Young Kai. After calming his thoughts, Wei Junyang spoke, Since you've made your mind up, we won't try to dissuade you, but you must remember that you're now an army commander, so if you find yourself in a dire situation, you must ensure your own safety first. I understand, Young Kai nodded heavily. Junior brother, when will you leave? Immediately. Wei Junyang raised his hand and summoned his universe chart. Then, he moved his hands to display an image of the void. There are 3 territory gates that lead to different great territories in profound nether territory. Junior brother can quietly exit through here. While he spoke, he reached out and pointed at one of the territory gates. One of the 3 territory gates was guarded by the human race so that they had somewhere to retreat if they lost the war. Another one had been taken over by the Black Ink clan, while the last one was still unclaimed. However, both sides had set up camps there to prepare for any spontaneous battles. The territory gate Wei Junyang was referring to was that 3rd gate. Although the human race couldn't claim that territory gate, they could absolutely find a way to send Young Kai and a small team through the portal. A minor battle would be enough of a distraction to slip through the territory gate. However, Young Kai instead asked, which territory gate is the nearest to Acacia territory? Going through different territory gates meant they would have to take different routes. Sometimes, a slight difference might mean they had to cross several additional great territories to get to their destination. Wei Junyang studied the 3 territory gates before pointing to the territory gate being guarded by the Black Ink clan, this one. He was then slightly stunned and asked, Junior brother, don't tell me you want to go through this one. Young Kai replied, there's no time to waste, so we naturally have to take the fastest route possible. Nonsense. Fei Yongzi reprimanded, the Black Ink clan army's main camp is there. How are you going to pass by them? If you get surrounded, you'll die. Smiling, Young Kai assured him, that's why I need the Profound Nether Army's help. Wei Junyang thought about it and asked, you want the Profound Nether Army to pressure the Black Ink clan? Aren't you afraid they might suddenly rise up and attack you? Young Kai explained, I just killed 3 territory lords a few days ago, so the Black Ink clan is definitely paying more attention to me. Now that I'm overseeing Profound Nether territory, those territory lords might be feeling on the edge, wondering which one of them would be next. Senior brothers, place yourselves in the territory lord's shoes. If I suddenly try to leave this great territory, would you give your all to stop me, or just let me pass? Fei Yongzi was about to continue reprimanding Young Kai, but hearing this question he frowned and hummed for a moment. The other Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were looking at each other. Eventually, Wei Junyang spoke up, if junior brother is the only one leaving, of course, they would pick up a fight because the ability you displayed is too shocking, so the Black Ink clan naturally wants to get rid of you. If you give them the opportunity, why wouldn't they take it? But if you add the Profound Nether Army, that is another story. Would the Black Ink clan really make things difficult? Originally, the Black Ink clan here had the upper hand and almost seized Profound Nether territory completely, but Young Kai appeared and foiled their plans. The Black Ink clan would naturally be wary of a master like Young Kai, who could easily kill territory lords like they were random chickens or dogs. Therefore, if such a master wanted to leave Profound Nether territory, it would be great news for the territory lords, so the Black Ink clan might really not stop him, but welcome him leaving. Such a plan might sound far-fetched, but after careful consideration, it seemed there was quite a lot of space for maneuvering. At that instant, Wei Junyang looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression and remembered how Ouyang Yang Lai had joked that Yang Kai should be called Big Head Yang. The next generation was very admirable indeed. If one only had brawn but no brains, they would be nothing more than a ruffian. However, like Yang Kai, people with brains and brawn were the bane of the Black Ink clan. It's also fine if they don't let us pass. We can just start another battle, Yang Kai beamed. If they still aren't afraid of me, I'll just kill another 3 territory lords. There are only so many territory lords here, so they will have to let us pass sooner or later. Ouyang Yang Lai felt his blood boiling when he heard that. I agree. If we really start a battle, I'll be the vanguard. Wei Junyang glared at him before looking at Yang Kai. Even if the Black Ink clan are willing to let you pass, isn't your departure the same as telling the Black Ink clan that their biggest concern has left and that they can start another war without fear while you're gone? Although the human race wasn't afraid to start another battle, they had suffered a significant loss during the last one and still needed time to recuperate. Yang Kai answered, they won't have the guts to do that. Since I can leave Profound Nether territory, I can return as well. How can they rest assured that I've really left? If they see me leave right in front of them, they will only become even more cautious because if they start another battle, they will have to worry about me attacking them from behind. After a short pause, he continued, moreover, it doesn't matter if another battle happens. I've already distributed many small stone race soldiers to the others. I must say, the idea of treating the small stone race as artifacts to be refined rather than beasts to tame is quite ingenious. With their addition, the Profound Nether Army's capabilities are much stronger than they were before. The small stone race was a sharp tool when used to deal with the Black Ink clan. The only problem was that they had very low sentience and were hard to control. Many times, the small stone race ran off after killing all the enemies. Those with quick reflexes could capture some of them, but those who weren't quick enough could only watch as they ran away. When Yang Kai first began giving out the small stone race soldiers, he told others to try using beast-taming techniques to control them. Although the method worked, the results weren't very good. It wasn't until one day, when an Open Heaven Realm master tried treating them like artifacts, that a new method was discovered. Using this method to refine small stone race soldiers was far more efficient than using a beast-taming technique because this was far easier for most cultivators. By spreading this method, many more small stone race soldiers could be better controlled to kill the enemy and then be brought back after the battle. After all, not every cultivator knew beast-taming techniques, but everyone knew how to refine an artifact. This methodology was now widespread throughout the human race army. Now, all humans would use similar techniques to control the small stone race soldiers. The Open Heaven Realm Master who discovered this method was praised and rewarded heavily by the Supreme Headquarters, which made him the envy of many. Yang Kai currently only had a single army of Great Sun Small Stone Race and another of Great Moon Small Stone Race on hand, each with 1 million troops. All the others had been distributed to others. The ones he kept with him were his trump card for dealing with a royal lord. There was only one royal lord left, and there was no telling when he would encounter him again, so Yang Kai wanted to keep a hidden hand just in case. Although it hadn't been long since their last battle, the soldiers of the Profound Nether Army now had several million small stone race soldiers on hand, so the overall combat power of the army had only increased, not decreased. If they did start another large-scale battle, the humans of Profound Nether territory wouldn't have to be wary of the Black Ink clan. Inside the main conference hall, all the Eighth Order masters looked at each other and kept silent. Yang Kai had made a clear and concise argument to persuade them, so they had nothing more to say. Seeing that the others were silent, Yang Kai announced, "This matter is settled then. Pass down my order, the center outpost's frontline soldiers are to form up and advance towards the Black Ink clan's main camp." All the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood up and bellowed, "Yes, sir." Soon, the Eighth Order masters dispersed and returned to the frontline universe fragments where Yang Kai's orders were relayed, and all 200,000 recuperating soldiers moved out. When news of their operation got out, a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters overseeing the auxiliary fronts were shocked. Is there something going on at the front line? Didn't the battle there end recently? They went and asked around, and in the end, they were told this was an order from the newly appointed army commander Yang Kai. It was only then that those Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm masters at the auxiliary fronts found out that the Profound Nether Army had a new army commander. That was because the news of Yang Kai being appointed as army commander hadn't been announced yet. Now, this matter has caused a stir among the army. They said a new broom sweeps clean, and the new broom called Yang Kai was so good at cleaning that he was thinking of cleaning out the Black Ink clan. At that instant, some people were worried while some were excited. The masters from the auxiliary fronts could only cooperate with those at the front lines, so they relayed their orders. All the auxiliary front soldiers also began preparing for battle, increasing the army's momentum. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan were shocked. They had lost 3 territory lords last time, and they only had a limited number of territory lords at the front line, so not only was their army's combat power weakened, but the territory lords were now hiding inside their base camp. The scene of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm master killing 3 territory lords was still fresh in their memories, and every territory lord was wary of him. Therefore, they didn't dare take any impulsive actions before they could figure out how to deal with that Eighth Order human. During that last battle, the Black Ink clan suffered significant losses, but the humans didn't fare much better. Everyone thought both sides would pause and rest for at least a few years, but now the humans were making such a big move within less than half a month. Did the humans get more reinforcements? All the territory lords appeared and observed the situation, but when they discovered that the human race army was really preparing for war, they all felt worried. Though they couldn't figure out what was happening, since the humans were gathering their troops, it was obvious that they were planning to attack. At the same time, inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai sat alone while lost in thought, feeling like he was forgetting something. After careful thinking, he discovered that he was now an army commander but didn't have an adjutant. Before, no matter whether it was Slongshan or any of the other army commanders, they all had adjutants, which made it easier for them to relay their orders. After all, it was impossible for people in high positions to do everything themselves. Profound Nether Army wouldn't assign him with an adjutant, as such people were usually the army commander's most trusted associate. Yang Kai didn't have any potential candidates in mind, but he wasn't in a hurry either. This matter would have to wait until he was back from Acacia territory. Hua Qingsai was a good option. While she was the head manager for High Haven Palace, not only had she managed High Haven Palace well, but also the Star Boundary by extension. She was an exceptionally meticulous woman and was perfect for the role of an adjutant. It was a pity that the head manager still needed to oversee High Heaven Palace and had no time to spare. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5533, The Next Generation Replaces the Previous. With the mass mobilization of the human race army in the Profound Nether territory, the originally peaceful battlefield became chaotic again. Not only were the Black Ink clan caught off guard by this movement, but the human soldiers were also surprised. Both sides thought that after the previous battle, there would be a long break before the next round of fighting, but it had only been a dozen days or so, and the humans were already planning something big. More than 200,000 human soldiers moved out and headed for the Black Ink clan's base camp. Meanwhile, all the humans from each auxiliary front were also deploying to put pressure on the enemy. One day later, warships carrying the human race army formed up just 10 million kilometers from the Black Ink clan's main base. There was high and low drumming coming from each warship, fueling the army's momentum. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human soldiers roared together, almost shaking the entire Profound Nether territory. Although the soldiers were surprised about this sudden mobilization, now that they were here, they were determined to fight the Black Ink clan to the death. On the Black Ink clan's side, their army was also standing by, with the territory lord standing in the forefront, looking quite gloomy as they felt humiliated. During the several dozen years of war in profound Nether territory, this was the first time the humans had arrived at their doorstep. They were usually the ones who initiated the battles, with the humans always defending or at most, counter-attacking, never venturing deep into their territory. This was where the Black Ink clan's main base was located, so they couldn't stand such provocation from the humans. If they hadn't been wary of the 8th Order Master who had suddenly appeared that day, the territory lords would have ordered their army to attack already. When had the Black Ink clan ever been wary of humans? However, even the strongest territory lords couldn't help but tremble when thinking about that strange 8th Order human master. That man used less than a half cup of tea's time to kill 3 innate territory lords. They had never witnessed such a thing before, but what shocked the territory lords even more was that this wasn't the first time this 8th Order human had killed territory lords like this. According to the intelligence they received from the No-Return Pass, that human had caused a huge commotion at the No-Return Pass. He had attacked twice and killed 3 territory lords right under the royal lord's nose. Moreover, he had destroyed 7 high-rank Black Ink nests. Even the powerful innate territory lords were like children before this human. When that news arrived, the territory lords in profound Nether territory couldn't believe their ears. Killing territory lords and destroying high-rank Black Ink nests was one thing, but to be able to do so in the presence of a royal lord was an entirely different matter. What's more, even the royal lord himself couldn't stop that human. The intel they received stated that this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could control a massive small stone race army and used it to summon an extraordinarily massive explosion of purifying light. When that human charged through the No-Return Pass, he unleashed that burst of purifying light to engulf the royal lord and a dozen territory lords, causing the latter to all fall to the feudal lord realm. Those territory lords were still recuperating inside high-rank Black Ink nests now, but it was unknown if they could ever restore their full strength again. This human was a terrifying opponent. No territory lord would dare to make a move without first determining where this human was. That was why the territory lords didn't dare to act rashly despite the human race army pressing in and openly provoking them. They were afraid that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be hiding among the soldiers, seeking a chance to sneak attack them. There were more territory lords than 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but that didn't mean the territory lords would just let themselves be butchered by that human. While the territory lords were searching for Yang Kai had just sent out a message from inside the main conference hall. Meanwhile, among the human race army was a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone. Yu Meng took out a communication bead, checked the message inside, and gnashed her teeth. That smelly man is abandoning us again. All the madams were shocked, with Su Yang quickly asking, "Where's he going?" Yu Meng shook her head, "I'm not sure. He only said he would be heading out and would be back soon. Also, he asked that we not worry and wait for his return." Although his wives were angry about Yang Kai's departure, they were stuck in an urgent situation where a major battle might break out at any moment. Therefore, they could only force this issue from their minds and focus on the matter at hand. Inside the main conference hall, Yang Kai had finished sending his message and tried to link his mind with the old tree. Instantly, the void shook and Yang Kai appeared beside the world tree located in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Looking up at the giant canopy, Yang Kai was shocked because even though it had only been a few years, there was a significant change to the old tree. When he came here last, many of the world fruits on the old tree were withering, but at least they were still hanging on the branches. This time, there were far fewer world fruits than before, and even the old tree looked sicklier. Yang Kai realized that the world fruits on the old tree symbolized the known universe worlds, and if a universe world's grand Tao collapsed, it would be reflected in its world fruit, which would decay and eventually disappear. Over the last few years, countless universe worlds had their grand Taos destroyed and world force stolen, so the situation reflected on the old tree was the loss of many world fruits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, one of the decayed world fruits fell and disintegrated. Old tree! Young Kai called out softly. The face of the old tree appeared on its trunk, revealing a dark-looking face. It seemed like the old tree had been affected by black ink strength. In a strained voice, he asked, "Is there something you need?" Young Kai nodded. "Old tree, please look into Acacia territory and see if there are any intact universe worlds there." If there were, he could rely on the world tree's power and simply teleport to that existing universe world, saving him much time and effort. Of course, seeing the current state of the world tree, Young Kai knew that chances were slim. The Black Ink clan had taken over the Acacia territory for many years and would definitely not let off any of the universe worlds because, to them, they were the most delicious delicacies. Furthermore, Young Kai had already refined and collected every universe world that could be saved. Nonetheless, he came here intending to just give it a try. Unfortunately, as he had expected, the old tree said, "At this moment, besides the great territory battlefields that are being occupied by humans and the great territories behind them, there are no more living universe worlds in the other great territories." Since Young Kai had expected that answer, he nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you, old tree." Calming himself, Young Kai linked his mind with a universe world in profound nether territory and took a step forward, immediately finding himself standing above that universe world. There were still a few universe worlds in profound nether territory that had survived. However, if this was the situation in profound nether territory, it meant the other great territories would be in the same situation. After all, there were still humans stationed there. Therefore, the Black Ink clan would have to defeat the human race army before consuming the entire great territory. Sighing, Young Kai moved back to the main conference hall where he found a distinct-looking warship. Dawning Light. At this moment, a group of people standing on Dawning Light's deck had their heads turned to face the main conference hall. They were the members of Dawn Squad. Dawn was part of the Great Evolution Army, so when it was dissolved, Dawn naturally joined the Profound Nether Army. However, Dawn had been assigned to one of the auxiliary fronts rather than the main battlefield. Young Kai had been so busy these days that he didn't have time to visit his old friends. Now, Dawn Squad came. They had received transfer orders and came here to receive their next assignment, but their higher-ups didn't tell them who they would be getting orders from. While they were looking around, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. Everyone turned to look at the figure, and the few in front were overjoyed and called out, "Squad leader!" Young Kai looked at them and saw Feng Ying in the lead. Then, he saw Shen Ao and Bai Yi, as well as Blood Crow and Miao Fei Ping, followed by over a dozen unfamiliar faces. Not recognizing many of the faces here, Young Kai fell into a slight trance. Aboard this very warship, he had previously fought side by side with Ning Qi Ji, Qi Tai Chu, and many others. Later, Ren Bingbai and Yu Ziyu joined Dawn, followed by Blood Crow, Zhong Yong. But now, many of those people were gone. Many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had fallen, and even more in the 5th Order and 6th Order had died. There were only a dozen or so familiar faces among the entire Dawn Squad. The human race had fought 3 huge wars, so even a special operations squad composed of the strongest elites below the 8th Order like Dawn had been reduced to this state. From this alone, it was easy to imagine just how heavy the human race's losses had been over the past 600 or so years. Dawn could even be considered quite lucky because it still existed, though many newcomers had replaced the old members. Back in the day, there were 4 special operations squads in the Great Evolution Army. Young Kai's Dawn Squad, Chai Fang's Old Turtle Squad, Yao Kengcheng's Snow Wool Squad, and Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad. But now, only Dawn remained. Yao Kengcheng's Snow Wool Squad was wiped out by a 9th Order Black Ink disciple back when the Great Evolution Army attacked the Royal City. Ma Gao's Profound Wind Squad was destroyed during the battle at the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction. Chai Fang's Old Turtle Squad was left with only a few surviving members after the battle in the Barren Territory. Their warship was also destroyed, so they had no choice but to disband. Young Kai sighed. For countless years, generations of humans fell and were replaced by the following generation. No one knew how many elites had died in this never-ending war, and though it seemed like the human race's situation had only gotten worse, Giãn was confident that the 3,000 worlds would rise from the ashes and would one day wipe out the Black Ink clan. All their efforts today were to ensure they could survive and thrive in the future. Senior sister Feng, Giãn nodded lightly at Feng Ying. Feng Ying had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm before him, so according to standard procedure, she should no longer be a member of Dawn. However, Wei Junyang and the others still called her over, obviously intending for her to assist Giãn. After all, there were many things an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master could do that even an elite squad could not. I heard junior brother has broken through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm and came to profound nether territory. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but the Black Ink clan on the Western Front have been quite active lately, so I couldn't leave. I hope junior brother won't blame me for not coming sooner. Giãn smiled, senior sister is too kind. Then, he nodded at Shenao, Bai Yi, and the other familiar faces before looking at Blood Crow and frowning slightly. It seemed like the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture was indeed incomparable to the heaven-devouring battle lore. Giãn hadn't noticed this before, but now that he took a look at Blood Crow, he saw that though the latter had improved a lot, his aura was unstable, which meant that Blood Crow had faced quite a huge drawback while refining Black Ink clansmen for his cultivation. Stop refining Black Ink clansmen or you might die, Giãn exhorted. Blood Crow snorted, you haven't died, so how could this king die? While he sounded standoffish, Blood Crow was secretly thinking to himself, this brat's luck is truly astonishing. Back at the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the others said he was doomed because a royal lord was chasing him. Just how did he escape such a strong opponent when he was only in the 7th Order back then? Some 600 years had passed since then, but not only had Giãn returned safely, but he did so as an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. As for the royal lord who was hunting him back then, no one knew what happened to him. Blood Crow silently snorted, they say good people don't live long, while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. Could that be the truth? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5534, One Warship Moves Forward. If that is true, I'm quite the scourge as well, so I shouldn't die easily. Blood Crow thought about nonsense, while Giãn stopped caring about him. Cultivators had to walk their own martial Tao, and the best Giãn could do was remind Blood Crow to be careful. Whether Blood Crow would take his words into account wasn't something Giãn could control. He wasn't Blood Crow's elder or ancestor, so he had no right to interfere. Xiao Cai has advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm? Giãn looked at a cute young woman in surprise and couldn't help nodding, not bad. Not bad at all. During these years, numerous disciples had left the Void Dao Temple in his small universe. Back on the Black Ink battlefield, several disciples broke through to the Open Heaven realm. Then, after Giãn returned to Void Land, he released some 5,000 more who all broke through to the 6th Order and 7th Order, shocking Mo Mai and the others at the time. Among all those disciples from the Void Dao Temple, the one Giãn was most familiar with was definitely Miao Fei Ping. Miao Fei Ping was the first to ascend from the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven realm, making him the eldest senior brother of all the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple. In fact, there was still a statue of him in the Dao Temple to motivate the younger generation. Besides him, Giãn was most familiar with this young woman called Xiao Cai. Back at Great Evolution Pass, Xiao Cai regularly visited Dawn's stationed area and helped out. However, anyone could see that helping out was just an excuse, and her real intention was to visit Miao Fei Ping. It seemed like there was some kind of story between Xiao Cai and Miao Fei Ping. In terms of respect, there was only one figure in this young lady's heart, and not even Giãn, the Tao Lord, could compare. At this moment, Xiao Cai and Miao Fei Ping were standing side by side and looking at each other affectionately, indicating that they had obviously gotten together. When they saw Yang Kai, Miao Fengping and Xiao Cai were also very excited. Ordinary people would find it hard to understand why the cultivators from Void Dao Temple respected Yang Kai so much, but for those who came from the Void Continent, it was different. Dao Lord, Xiao Cai elegantly bowed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Cai's aptitude wasn't bad and could even be said to be extremely high. In fact, all those who could leave the Void Dao Temple and break through to the Open Heaven Realm had outstanding aptitudes. Back then, Xiao Cai was able to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm directly, and now she had advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm after a mere 700 years or so. She must have encountered some kind of opportunity, or else it would be impossible for her to grow so quickly. However, Yang Kai didn't ask about it because the opportunities one obtained were considered private matters. The disappointment in his heart disappeared as he thought that at least Dawn still had over a dozen surviving veteran members. Yang Kai's expression then became serious as he announced, "This time, you will be following me on a mission." Feng Ying asked, "Squad leader, what's our mission?" Yang Kai replied, "We will be heading to Acacia territory. There are a few cultivators trapped there, and our mission is to rescue them." Frowning, Feng Ying asked again, "There are still cultivators trapped in Acacia territory?" She didn't know about this because the Supreme Headquarters had only recently received the news. Though Feng Ying was also a division commander now, she was still new and couldn't get her hands on such news. Yang Kai nodded, "This mission will be quite dangerous, so if any of you don't want to take part, I won't force you to go. If that is your decision, you may leave now." Turning around and looking at everyone, Yang Kai saw that the veteran members of Dawn all looked unperturbed and didn't show any signs of retreating. However, a newly joined 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up, "Sir, how many troops will be deployed for this mission to Acacia territory?" While looking at him, Yang Kai replied, "Dawn Squad plus me." The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was dumbfounded. How could Yang Kai think to save the humans trapped in Acacia territory with just one squad? Although Dawn was a special operations squad with 50 members, that was still far too few people. Since the Black Ink clan could surround the cultivators in Acacia territory, it meant there would be quite a lot of them, and there might also be territory lords guarding that place. Looking around, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw Shen Ao, and the others showed no signs of surprise or disapproval. Instead, they all looked eager to head out. After a short pause, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master spoke up again, "Sir, there have been rumors about you killing 3 territory lords on your own during the last battle. Are they true?" "They are." Despite knowing that it was unlikely that such news was fake, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still shocked when he heard Yang Kai personally admitting it. When had there been an 8th Order Master strong enough to kill 3 territory lords in a row? The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had previously seen battles between 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and innate territory lords, but the powerful 8th Order Masters never got the upper hand, which showed how strong innate territory lords were. Yet now, 3 such powerful innate territory lords died in one battle, and they were all killed by the same man. Shen Ao laughed while patting that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's shoulder. "Old Hu, back when our squad leader was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he had teamed up with junior sister Bai Yi and killed a territory lord. Now that he's an 8th Order Master, so there's nothing unusual about him killing a few territory lords." Meanwhile, Bai Yi didn't say anything as she silently noted that territory lord was already half crippled, which is why Yang Kai and I were able to kill him. If it had been a territory lord in his prime, Yang Kai and I might not have returned alive that day. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Hu chuckled wryly as this wasn't the first time he heard Shen Ao mention this matter. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a territory lord was indeed an impressive feat, but the territory lords from the Black Ink battlefield were entirely different from the innate territory lords of today. The current innate territory lords possessed extremely high strength because they had sacrificed all their future potential for immediate power. Despite there being many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the human race army, less than 10 of them could kill an innate territory lord in a one-on-one fight. Old, who had previously heard a lot about young Kai, and after he joined Dawn, Shenao, and the others had regaled him with many heroic stories of the past. Those veteran Dawn members respected young Kai to the extreme. Now that he also had the chance to fight alongside the original squad leader of Dawn, the Seventh Order Master suddenly began looking forward to this mission. He thus cupped his fist and quickly said, "I am willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." "We are willing to follow you and obey your commands, sir." The crowd vowed in unison. Young Kai looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Good, let's go." The crowd dispersed and took their stations. Soon, dawning light turned into a ray of light and shot towards the depths of the void. At the Black Ink Clan's base camp, large numbers of Black Ink Clan soldiers were frantically moving about, forming a line of defense. The human race army suddenly moving against them had caught them off guard. What further confused the territory lords, though, was that the humans didn't take advantage of this opening to start a battle and instead just stayed outside while acting like they would strike at any moment. Such a situation, where the enemy didn't attack or retreat, made the territory lords feel very uncomfortable. If they weren't wary of that particular Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they wouldn't need to suffer such humiliation. However, that Eighth Order human still hadn't shown up, and no one knew where he was. The territory lords were constantly sweeping the surroundings with their divine senses, trying to seek out his whereabouts. While the territory lords were in doubt, though, it seemed like someone with high authority had arrived. The human army separated to the left and right, and a warship larger than an ordinary squad-class warship suddenly appeared before the territory lord's eyes. That warship was charging straight at the Black Ink Clan's base camp without any intention of turning around or stopping. What was even more shocking to the territory lords was that they saw a familiar figure standing on the deck of the incoming warship. It was that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the one who killed 3 territory lords in the last battle. They thought he had been hiding in the dark, but they never expected that he wasn't even here in the first place. At this moment, he was standing aboard a warship, looking down on them with insufferable arrogance. The territory lords were furious as they suddenly had a feeling of being humiliated and felt vexed. Somewhere among the huge human fleet, atop a warship transformed from Baishi's soul clone, his sharp eyes spotted something and she pointed in that direction while yelling in shock, "Madams, young master is over there." All the women aboard the ship looked over and saw the scene of young Kai coming over aboard Dawning Light. Yu Meng frowned. "What's he doing?" The two armies were in a situation where they might start a war at any moment, so how could his warship charge straight for the Black Ink Clan's base camp all on its own? Thinking back to the message young Kai had sent her just before, Yu Meng felt confused. As Dawning Light continued forward, Yu Meng and the others felt their hearts tighten. Dawning Light had completely separated from the human race army at this point and continued sailing ahead alone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they met the Black Ink Clan army. If the Black Ink Clan army attacked them at that point, would their husband still be alive? That bastard! Yu Meng was furious. That smelly man never considers us when doing things. Kill! 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 War! 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 The human race army hadn't stopped chanting even now, their voices shaking the surroundings. Added to the full might of the human race army assembled here, the Black Ink Clan couldn't help shivering slightly. At that moment, if any of the Eighth Order Masters ordered an attack, the human race army would bravely charge forward. The war was about to begin. Dawning Light continued to move forward, confusing not only Yu Meng and Yang Kai's other wives, but also the rest of the humans and the Black Ink Clan. The two clans had been battling each other for so long, but this was the first time a situation like this had appeared, so the territory lords also couldn't figure out what was going on. However, they had to admit that Yang Kai's appearance had attracted every Black Ink clansman's attention. The invisible pressure formed from all the gazes focused on Yang Kai was so strong that it almost warped the void. Atop dawning light, one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters felt his legs trembling as he looked at the Sixth Order Master beside him with a bitter expression. "Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit." With so many territory lords releasing their invisible pressure towards them, the force wasn't something a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could resist, even if it were still a large distance away. That Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master also looked pale, but he still encouraged the junior brother. "Junior brother, you have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Just hold on as long as you can. The two armies are now facing each other, so if we fall here, we will be embarrassing the entire human race while giving the Black Ink clan something to laugh about." When the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master heard that, he instantly gritted his teeth and said, "I understand, senior brother. We may shed blood and die in battle, but we will never surrender." Following his low shout, he slowly straightened his legs, but he was still trembling while sweating profusely. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master noticed that and gritted his teeth as well, trying to hold on as long as he could while feeling confused. Liang Kai said they were heading to Acacia territory to save the humans trapped there, so why did he bring Dawn to the front lines of an impending battle? Welcome to Fantasy Realms Audio. This is your destination for enchanting tales of Xianxia and Wuxia, brought to life through captivating and dynamic narration. Dive into the world of immortal legends, epic adventures, and mysterious heroes. Our channel will transport you to a realm filled with magic and fantasy. Join us and explore the extraordinary stories from the martial and celestial worlds. Don't forget to follow and embark on this magical journey with us.